Douluo, the master of the nuclear soul. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Royal Fighting Team 2. 5 days later. Early morning. Sharingan Royal Academy, in the Yaon reception hall, in front of the huge mirror. Zyuking, is this the team uniform you customized? Uranium asked softly, looking at the new uniform in the mirror. Yes, what do you think? Zyuking took 2 steps forward, raised her hands slightly, and gently adjusted the collar for Uranium. Well, it's good. It's always good to be low-key. Uranium adjusted the cuffs and bent his elbows casually a few times to see if there was any strange feeling. The uniform was black with golden lace. Several golden lines fell from the waist to the thighs, with a sense of exquisite tightness. There were golden lines on the clothes and cuffs, dotted with dazzling golden light. The whole robe looked quite comfortable, without too many patterns, but with a sense of grandeur. From Uranium's point of view, it was not bad and quite in line with his aesthetics. After all, he always liked to wear simple clothes. He didn't like things that were too fancy. By the way, what do other people think of this uniform? After all, they're all girls, so they should prefer pink and white, right? Putting the clothes away, Uranium turned to look at Zyuking. She was responsible for the formation and training of the second team, so she knew more. That's nothing. They have no problem with the black uniforms. Zyuking sighed lightly and said with a melancholy look on her face, do we really have to rely on our 3 main players? No, the level 30 main player can't be counted either. In other words, the burden is all on you and me. Although 3 of the other 7 people were substitutes, they were all auxiliary spirit masters. They were responsible for throwing the buff spirit skills and then standing in the corner to wait for the end. This was exactly why she was melancholy. She didn't think that Uranium would be defeated by anyone. She was worried that if Uranium didn't go up, then she would go up. Then you should train the new guy more. Don't worry about him dying suddenly. Let him share the burden with you as soon as possible. After all, he is someone I am optimistic about. Although he is a little rubbish now, he has unlimited potential. Yu smiled slightly and patted Zyuking on the shoulder, as if to encourage him. Hearing this, Zyuking was silent for a while. I guessed you would say that, but I didn't expect you to say so much. I really thought too much? Zyuking sighed lightly, with a hint of disappointment in her tone. She thought you could guess what she guessed about him, so he would change his words, but she didn't expect it to be the same. Okay, let's go to the number 2 training ground. They should have gathered by now. As the captain, shouldn't you take the lead in running in? After folding Yu's clothes, Zyuking gently took up his black hair and asked coldly. Gently holding Zyuking's waist, Uranium seemed to suddenly remember something. Zyuking, you girls seem to wear long pants under your uniforms, right? Well, it's more convenient to wear long pants during battles, and skirts are more of a hindrance. Okay, I don't have any ideas, let's go. Nodding, Uranium let go of Zyuking, turned to the mirror to tidy up his appearance, then opened the door and walked towards the number 2 training ground of Sharingan Royal Academy. At this time, in the training ground, 7 soul masters stood quietly in the field, waiting for the captain to arrive. Among them were 6 women and 1 man, and Kaing was among them. Standing in the front was a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. Her long black hair was combed into a ponytail and hung behind her. She was wearing a light blue outfit that outlined her budding body with a youthful atmosphere. Defying eyes, big and smart eyes, a straight nose bridge, a nearly perfect oval face, and a rather elegant temperament. She looked straight ahead with a calm expression. The woman behind her was no less impressive. She was ranked 2nd. She was about 20 years old, with a slender and well-proportioned figure. Her long golden hair was wavy and spread behind her head. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. When she looked around, she had a kind of elegant and noble temperament. These women were all descendants of nobles, and their soul powers were between 25 and 30. Sister Ya, how long will it take for the captain of something to arrive? The sun is so hot. Another female student next to the blonde girl complained to her. She was also good looking, but how could a firefly shine next to the bright moon? Why are you in such a hurry? When you meet the captain of the Soul King, You may feel that it doesn't matter if you are with him under the sun. The blonde girl said with a smile. Most of them were the best among the children of nobles. Although their talents were only average, for the nobles, the identity of a soul master could significantly add points, not to mention that participating in the soul master competition this time was enough to double their value. Originally the most popular students in each class, they were gathered in the royal fighting team II. Hey, sister Ya, haven't you ever thought about the Soul King captain? As far as I know, there are several people who know about it, and they seem to be looking for an opportunity to take down that talent. The female student suddenly whispered to the girl in front of her called Sister Ya with a teasing look. Sister Ya frowned slightly and said, "Take care of yourself." Yada here, I'm not interested in such things. The female student was stunned for a moment and apologized. I'm sorry, I just asked casually. As she said that, she turned her head away and didn't dare to look at the blonde girl again. Ugh, is this what you human women are like? Although you can't see anything on the surface, you are so dark and creepy behind the scenes, and it seems that this team, except you, has no one who can fight. Are you sure you can win a game with this? Lost's voice suddenly rang beside Kaing's ear. Hearing what Lost said, Kaing's eyes went dark. Lost was right. This team was not right. They were all auxiliary spirit masters. Besides himself, there was only one captain whom he had not met yet, and the black-haired beauty whom he had just seen. Kaing, if you ask me, let me take over your body temporarily. With just a little time, you can surpass the mysterious man before. Killing can bring strength. It can give you whatever you want. Lost did not forget to use a bewitching tone to quietly seduce Kaing. You said, can you beat him? Kaing frowned and asked the Kaing in his mind softly. Yes, that's right. With just a little bit of killing, you and I can surpass everything. How about it? Kaing. As if it was an illusion, Lost's transparent face appeared on Kaing's shoulder, and his scarlet pupils showed a startling murderous intent. Humph. Suddenly, the disbelief on Kaing's face disappeared, and he snorted softly, turned his head and continued to look at the forest passage with a faint figure at the end. But I refuse. What I, Kaing, like to do most is to say no to those who think they have the upper hand. And, Lost, if you can do this, you won't bow your head and surrender. I, Kaing, just want to live a peaceful life. I recognize the mysterious man as my master. I just want to use my own hands to bring happiness to Wayner. I am very sure of this. Kaing sneered at Lost's instigation. As long as we can live in peace, everything will develop in a good way. Dong dong. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps approaching from afar interrupted the whispers of the crowd. A silver-haired figure gradually approached, accompanied by Zhu Xiuqing, who had a cold face. The two appeared in front of everyone present with light footsteps. This was also the first time they saw the existence of the captain. Before this, it was always the deputy captain Zhu Xiuqing who was responsible for external affairs. Soon, Zhu Xiuqing walked in front of everyone, raised her hand, pointed at the handsome young man with silver hair and red eyes, and said softly, "This is the captain, Uranium, a 58th level agility attack war soul king, whose martial soul is the Eye of Destruction." After speaking, Zhu Xiuqing glanced at the 7 people present, and suddenly found that there were a total of 6 girls, and 5 of them had a fiery look in their eyes, and her face darkened. She knew that Uranium was attractive, but she didn't expect it to be so attractive. There were only a few auxiliary soul masters recruited, but they were all jealous of Uranium. If she said there was no behind-the-scenes hint to make a dirty marriage or something, she would not believe it. Because she was a part of the sacrifice of the political marriage, and she understood the deep meaning of it too well. Although some new members were only substitutes, they also needed to have a certain degree of running in with the team. Seeing this, these new members looked at Uranium with some curiosity. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Very handsome, this is their first impression. Is this the junior he asked me to assist? It's really scary. He looks younger than me, but his soul power level is twice as high as mine. It's unbelievable. Although Uranium was just standing there, Kaing still felt the pressure like a mountain and a sea, which completely crushed his pride under his feet. This kind of terrifying soul power and talent is simply unheard of. Thinking of Lost's bewitching of him just now, Kaing couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. Does this guy really want to die? Compared with the deputy captain Zhu Xiuqing who had met several times, Captain Uranium is more mysterious. Hearing his name but not seeing him, This is the true portrayal of them after participating in the assessment and entering the second team. He rarely appeared outside the academy. He only appeared when the first team was training to live against death and when he challenged all members of the first team. Then something shocking happened. He actually defeated the entire royal fighting team. Although the matter was very secretive, many students who were qualified to know were still shocked. However, there was no news for the next 6 months, and it gradually faded. "Hello, I'm Uranium." As if feeling that everyone's eyes were on him, Uranium nodded gently to the crowd and spoke softly to them. The voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. As Uranium's voice sounded, Yadir squinted her eyes unconsciously, as if a breeze blew past, drifting away along the wind of thoughts. Such a gentle voice, she thought unconsciously in her heart. Moreover, level 58, this is too terrifying. It is simply refreshing the history of Soul Master upgrades in Douluo Continent. All the Soul Masters present thought so. As Soul Masters, they understand the difficulty of upgrading. Although they only have level 5 and level 6 innate soul power, their experience is interoperable. Please introduce yourselves. There is still a half-year adjustment period. Although you don't have to fight with others, you must have a tacit understanding of using soul skills on the spot. Zhu's Huking saw that the scene suddenly became a little cold, and immediately spoke calmly. "Hello, my name is Ying Lak Lower, a 29th level auxiliary soul master. My martial soul is Sharingan grass. My first soul skill is Kinkeo Trial, which activates the ground and grows Sharingan grass. It will not only trip up the enemy, but also boost the spirits of the surrounding friendly souls and resist mental attacks. The second soul skill is Parasitic Seeds. Through the seeds, you can absorb the negative effects of friendly soul masters, such as poisoning, freezing, and fire, and transfer them to the seeds. You can also absorb the soul power of hostile soul masters." The first black-haired girl at the beginning smiled and bowed to Uranium. Then, the second blonde girl said softly, "I'm Yadair. My martial soul is the Fiery Incense Burner, and I'm a level 31 soul master. My first soul skill is called the Incense Burner Shield, which can be used by any number of soul masters. It can automatically block an attack of the same level, but only once. If it is a lower level than mine, it can last for a longer period of time. The second soul skill is Fiery Fighting Will, which can increase the soul master's speed by 30%, and allow a certain degree of self-healing. The third soul skill is Burning Power, which has limited conditions. If a soul master uses the first and second soul skills at the same time, then it can allow a friendly soul master to have an additional 20% soul power attack when attacking, and the walking speed and body reaction will be increased by an additional 30%. The soul power consumption of the soul skill is reduced, and the soul power recovery speed is accelerated. But if one of the shields is missing, then the increase will not be that strong. As she spoke, Yaddle complained in annoyance. Obviously the first soul skill is to protect people, but if the third soul skill is to be used, then the first soul skill cannot disappear too quickly. Instead, it becomes a protective shield for the soul master. Although this soul skill is very powerful, it is also very limited because the first soul skill is automatically resisted and cannot be released manually. Uranium nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the restrictions were not taken into account, this soul skill even surpassed the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect's first auxiliary martial soul. It increased damage, reduced soul power consumption, accelerated soul power recovery, and also increased speed. It was almost all-round, but with such a restriction, it became a useless skill. After all, soul masters will always be attacked, so this third soul skill can only be yes. Zhu's Huking is very fast, has soul bone skills, and a third soul skill. If you use such an amplification soul skill, wouldn't the Incense Burner Shield not be broken for a certain period of time? In other words, these enhancement soul skills can be permanent, so the combat power increase it can bring is unimaginable. As long as you don't get hit, then I can do it too. Suddenly, Uranium thought of this. As long as you are fast and can avoid being hit, these restrictions will not exist. My name is Mekong, and my martial soul is. My main soul skill is Purification, such as a toxic environment, or if the soul master encounters any negative effects, I can purify it. I am. Finally, it was the turn of the ponytailed man standing at the end, Kaing. I am Kaing, martial soul, dark side, level 30, first soul skill, giant scythe sweep. A giant magic scythe is transformed from the dark side. Second soul skill, Dark Incarnation. Enter the dark state, gain soul power and soul power enhancement, which lasts for a certain period of time. Third soul skill, Shadow Step. Enter the spirit state, cannot be attacked, but will increase the next attack, once the attack is out of the spirit state. The second and third states can be superimposed. Kaing's expression was indifferent, and he slowly talked about his soul skill that was remade by Lost. Originally, his soul skill was not like this. However, it was strengthened by Lost. After everyone was introduced, Uranium clapped his hands lightly, attracting everyone's attention. Since everyone has already met, then, let's start the special training, which will last for 6 months until the competition begins. Kaing, your main training is to be beaten. Zhu's Huking, you are one on many efficiency training speed, and the others, on the spot reaction, according to the progress, and then make adjustments. Although they have only been together for a short time, Uranium once again refreshed everyone's opinion of him. Act with vigor and determination. I started to recover my hand and it is almost healed. Chapter 252 Closed Training. Following Erin's instructions, all members of the Royal Fighting Team II quickly took action. Among them, 6 female soul masters ran to the corners of the training ground, while Kaing, Zhu's Huking, and Erin stood in the center. He had just returned and had not yet conducted a preliminary assessment of Kaing. He wanted to know whether the other party could be competent as Zhu's Huking's assistant before the Soul Master competition. Facing Erin's pressure, Kaing said that he was not nervous, which was impossible. Fortunately, he had also experienced the battle between Lost and the mysterious man in the spiritual space, and understood that in the world of Soul Masters, the bigger the fist, the harder the truth. If he could not show any ability that was worthy of the other party's attention, he dared not think about the ending. When Kaing thought about his future, he became more solemn. It seemed that seeing the visible tension on Kaing's face, Erin smiled lightly and said, "Don't be nervous, relax, fight in your own way, and start." As soon as the voice fell, Zhu's Huking moved instantly and immediately flashed out of the center of the battle. Erin stood still and handed the initiative of the attack to Kaing. Although he could end a battle in an instant, he still had to find out what Kaing's combat power was like, and what level it could reach after being amplified by the auxiliary soul master. However, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, he was only a level 30 soul master. The main thing was to see how Zhu's Huking performed. He didn't plan to be active in the soul master competition, and he didn't consider becoming famous. Kaing was responsible for killing Zhu's Huking, an easy opponent, and he would work together with Zhu's Huking to solve the hard bones. After all, this could significantly improve Zhu's Huking's combat experience. He didn't plan to keep a vase, and he didn't want Zhu's Huking to become a vase. Gudong. Kaing swallowed nervously, and at the urging of Lost in his mind, he immediately summoned his martial soul, the Dark Devil Scythe, a black and red killing weapon. Then, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, moved up and down along Kaing's body. A constant pressure from the primeval world suddenly made all the auxiliary soul masters present frown. What kind of martial spirit is this? Such a powerful aura. The auxiliary spirit masters Mekong, Yadair, and Ying all felt the pressure, and they were afraid before they even started fighting. Seeing Kaing break free from the pressure he deliberately released so quickly, Uranium nodded slightly with satisfaction. The invisible pressure he just released was probably around challenge level 1, which was the pressure of the spiritual power level of Soul Sect to Soul King. With a roar to give himself courage, Kaing exerted force with both arms and slashed straight at Uranium. Although there was still some distance between the two, the bloody aura that hid him could not help but make him pause. The next moment, the first spirit ring on Kaing's body lit up. Giant sickle sweep. With a shrill sound of breaking through the air, it was visible to the naked eye that Kaing's spirit power was attached to the magic sickle, forming a huge black and red sickle blade that was nearly 10 times larger. Then, the sickle blade slashed sideways, sweeping across Uranium mercilessly, like a flash of black and red light, so fast that it actually drew a few black and red halos in the air. Erin put his hands behind his back, quietly watching the giant sickle cut through the sky, not dodging or dodging, as if he was going to take the hit head-on. Not dodging. Seeing that Erin didn't move at all, Kaing gritted his teeth and sped up again. Clang! In an instant, a sound of metal and iron clashing resounded throughout the number 2 training ground. A grey light blade was gently placed under the giant sickle, instantly offsetting Kaing's first soul skill that he had used up all his strength. Even on Erin's face, Kaing could only see ease and comfort. It was like simply raising his hand. Kaing only felt that the enemy he was slashing at was like a mountain rock, which made people look up to him and not be able to move forward. Is this the difference in strength? I tried my best, but it was not as good as someone blocking it with my hand. A drop of cold sweat quietly slid down Kaing's head. Keep going, your strength is not as light as a massage. It seemed that seeing Kaing's body was quite stiff, Uranium couldn't help but say to Kaing. But in his heart, Uranium began to rate Kaing. Kaing nodded slightly, and then his figure suddenly turned into a blue phantom. Not only the person, but also the dark inside turned into a phantom, passing by Uranium and quickly flashing to the side. The third soul skill, the shadow step, was activated. The next moment, a cold wind suddenly rose. The sharp cold light, bringing a bone-chilling chill, flashed from Kaing's dancing and rotating figure, and went straight to Uranium. Ling. A crisp collision sound rang out. When Kaing realized that the shadow step was about to end, he did not hesitate to lightly sweep across Uranium's waist, and his footsteps moved slightly. The steps with special charm bloomed from Kaing's feet. And that light sound was Uranium once again stuck in the groove on the back of the darkened side with a nuclear energy light blade. But following Uranium's footsteps, Kaing turned half of his body and freed the entangled darkened side. Along with his footsteps, Kaing's wrist trembled strangely, and the sickle blade once again gently swept across Uranium's leg at an imperceptible angle. It was like a light swan floating away. Zhu Huqing, who was watching the battle, suddenly narrowed her eyes. What a strange turning technique. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. It's like dancing. Sure enough, if a foreign weapon like a sickle doesn't have matching footwork and techniques, but is chopped vertically like a big sword, it's worse than garbage. Uranium had already noticed the cold light, and decisively raised his leg and stomped on the ground. The soul power was agitated, and the invisible wave instantly shook Kaing out. Snap! 10 meters away, Kaing landed hastily, and couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stand firm. The soul power shock just now seemed to disrupt the flow of soul power in my body. It's amazing, the soul power has all dissipated at once. Resisting the shock in his heart, Kaing slowly raised his head and looked at the dazzling silver-haired figure in the sun. Looking at the existence that seemed to be the focus of the world, Kaing couldn't help but tremble. Not only is the soul power strong, but more importantly, the combat experience and combat skills are unparalleled. Lost, used the darkened avatar to help me. Kaing suddenly remembered at this time that Lost seemed to have been silent for a long time. During the battle a few days ago, he kept chattering about what to chop this way and what to chop that way. Do you really want to go? My killing ore may not be suitable for this situation. It will scare others, Kaing. Lost's slow and hoarse voice sounded in Kaing's mind. It did not recommend Kaing to enter the complete form, and even if he entered the complete form, he would not be able to beat the man whose aura was quite similar to the mysterious man. However, Lost was also very sure that the mysterious man was different from the man named Uranium. Although their auras were very similar, the mysterious man's strength when he was wearing armor could only be described as terrifying. There was a world of difference between him and the Uranium in front of him. Then let's use one hand and one eye. Let's go together. Kaing nodded, and the deep yellow second soul skill on his body began to shine. The crystal luster flashed away. Accompanied by a low roar, the auxiliary soul masters watching the battle were suddenly shocked to find that Kaing's aura on the battlefield had changed. There was still one at night. Chapter 253 Training begins. It was a murderous aura like the ancient wilderness. For no reason, these delicate girls felt their scalps tingling. They couldn't help but take a few steps back and stood at the edge of the training ground, covering their mouths and looking at the field in disbelief. It was obviously just the second soul skill. Why did it look so powerful? Blood, slaughter, destruction. Uranium accurately felt this threat from Kaing. It was not because of Kaing, but because of Lost. Although Lost's strength was less than 1% of what it used to be, this momentum did not weaken a bit. Kaing looked like a demon. Yes, it seems that he can be a good tool. Kaing and Lost are fully qualified to be my thugs. Uranium nodded secretly in his heart, took a step forward, and prepared to continue testing Kaing's combat effectiveness. In front of Kaing, his sickle-holding arm gradually attached a layer of obsidian-colored hideous hand armor to his shoulder. And the scarlet single eye flashed with an extremely dangerous halo, and the light waves flowed, which made his momentum more solid. Come on, Continue. Uranium nodded in the direction of Kaing, signaling the battle to continue. Huh? A low roar came from Kaing's mouth, and his sharp fingertips tightened the darkened scythe in his hand. Then, a blood-red afterimage lit up in the field. Ding, it was still the same as the resistance just now. Kaing possessed by Lost, his fighting skills were far beyond Kaing's ability, not to mention the level of strength. For the first time, Uranium slightly felt the power coming from Kaing's magic sickle in front of him, and it was no longer like before, when he could not feel anything. Not bad, the challenge level has increased by about 0.1. Casually shaking off the sickle blade, Uranium turned his hand into a claw shape and pressed it on the back of the darkened scythe, directly pressing it down, chopping it on the ground, and holding it tightly. Huh? Lost snorted in humane doubt. It thought that with its help, Kaing should have the strength to fight even if he was defeated, but it didn't expect that it was just an ant versus a human, but a cockroach versus a human. Squeak. The darkened scythe was pressed firmly on the ground. Because it was too hard and sharp, it even seemed as if half of it was submerged in the ground and could not be stored. Kaing, give up the sickle and use your claws to force it. In his mind, Lost instructed Kaing that he should not be obsessed with the power of the darkened scythe. Even if this weapon was temporarily contained, it was not a waste that would lose its weapon and would not be able to fight. Without hesitation, Kaing's sharp 5 claws released the sickle handle and directly used the black tiger heart digging to dig at Uranium's chest. The sharp fingertips flashed with a piercing cold light. Uranium frowned slightly and decisively withdrew without any contact with the claws. Although it was just a step back, in Kaing's view, it was as fast as teleportation. So fast. Kaing sighed in his heart, but he knew that his purpose was not just this. 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, Kaing had already picked up the darkened scythe on the ground while rushing forward, and with a back-turning flowing blade, he continued to force Uranium's space for movement. On the battlefield, it was as if a bloody gale was blowing. Kaing, who was at level 30, actually played with the momentum of a soul master of level 35. He is so powerful, his martial spirit is so strong, and he can even force the captain to retreat. Is there a family with such a martial spirit in the Shandao Empire? A petite female student in the crowd looked at the majestic Kaing in the field with admiration, her eyes full of surprise and brilliance. That's the captain letting Kaing. Didn't you see that the captain always stimulates him when Kaing's attack momentum is the lowest, and then resists the soul skills when it is the highest? This is obviously easy. Ying, who was standing next to the female student, couldn't help but complain. After Ying finished speaking, Yadir and Misora beside her also nodded slightly to express their agreement. But, although he is not as handsome as the captain, I don't have such high requirements, and it is definitely not my turn to be the captain. I feel like I'm in love. Well, the captain will let you, The petite and cute female student suddenly covered her face shyly, her eyes full of Kaing's handsome figure. Alice, the battle seems to be over. Suddenly, Yaddle exclaimed and pointed to the center of the battlefield. As the conversation between several people continued, the battle between Uranium and Kaing gradually came to an end. Uranium dodged unilaterally and resisted all of Kaing's attacks to obtain Kaing's combat data. Okay, I almost know everything about you. After blocking Kaing's sickle tip that attacked at a tricky angle again, Uranium suddenly said to Kaing, who was speaking softly. What? Before the words fell, Kaing suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes. Then, a sudden blow made him open his eyes wide. The next moment, as Uranium's heavy punch that was too fast to see was gradually retracted, Kaing, who was opposite him, covered his abdomen with both hands, and fell to his knees with a plop. His whole face was wrinkled because of the severe pain. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't make any sound. Lie down for a while. Fighting is not like drinking tea and eating. In the future Soul Master competition, although it is clearly stipulated that killing people is not allowed, broken hands and feet, or broken bones and tendons are common. The more you get beaten now, the less blood you will bleed in the future. Uranium looked at Kaing, who was lying on the ground and looked like a salted fish without highlight, and said indifferently. That's right, in the original work, when the Shrek team fought against the second team of the Royal Fighting Team, they slaughtered all the members of the second team mercilessly. Although no one died, no one knew how many bones were broken. Although the previous group of people were humanoid trash who liked to curse and mock, he would beat them up when he met them. But Uranium was also afraid that his team members would be inadequate in strength and be bullied by others. After all, Even the protagonist group would be heavy-handed, not to mention the other soul masters whose moral qualities were not as good as those of the protagonist group. The latest novels are first published on the 6th-9th book bar. Kai Ying, I'll give you 3 sticks of time to rest. Today is still a long day, don't rush. While talking to Kai Ying, Yu turned his head and looked at Zhu Xiuqing. Zhu Qing, come on, let me see how strong you are now. After saying that, without even looking at Kai Ying's ashen face, he left his side. The girl was stunned, then nodded gently. Okay, I also want to know how big the gap is between me and you now. Then, Yu shouted to the 6 team members who were watching the show, come in and test to see how much your increase can reach. Just now, Yu had tested Kai Ying's own combat data. The overall challenge level was about 0.2, and once the Dark Incarnation was activated, it reached 0.3, which was enough to threaten Yu a little bit, but that was all. As for Kai Ying's speed, because he was not a sensitive attack spirit master, it was only 0.1, but when he activated the Shadow Step, it could reach 0.2. This was a temporary adjustment made by Yu when he saw that he could cross the terrain. Overall, Kai Ying's performance was within his acceptable range. Although weak, it was already very good compared to those level 40 rubbish that he regarded as challenge level 0. Soon, the 6-month training began. The training included one-on-many tactical training, emergency auxiliary tactics, on-the-spot limit amplification, anti-strike training, simple identification of soul skills, speed training, how to enter the core training of team battles, etc., including comprehensive training for Zhu Xiuqing, Kai Ying, and the other 6 auxiliary soul masters. Uranium served as the instructor. I want to use the Crimson King to skip this 6-month period. There is no more tonight. Including the morning, I rode about 8,000. Chapter 254 Competition Preparation. In this way, from this day on, the second team of the Royal Fighting Team, a total of 9 people, began to retreat and train. They rested at night in the dormitory of the academy. If it were not for the fact that everyone here was a noble and they were all pedants, not important people, Uranium would have thought of letting these girls live together to cultivate feelings. From morning to noon, it was the combat training of Kai Ying and Zhu Xiuqing. Uranium asked His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Zhu King to arrange a team of level 30 bronze fighting spirits and silver fighting spirits, as well as level 40 bronze fighting spirits and silver fighting spirits elite soul masters to serve as opponents for Kai Ying and Zhu Xiuqing. According to Uranium standards, the level 30 team was to be dealt with by Kai Ying, and the level 40 team was to be dealt with by Zhu Xiuqing. Although the strength, coordination, and combination of the opponents in the Soul Master competition were not comparable to those in the large fighting spirit arena, Uranium just wanted them to get familiar with the feeling of one-on-many as soon as possible. He even thought of the entrance slogan. 1 against 7, we are professionals. After lunch, it was time for theory plus practice courses, including but not limited to various tactical drills, as well as some key points in soul skills and martial souls. Just like the training before the college entrance examination, Uranium wanted to play the Soul Master competition perfectly. After all, this might be his last time to play the Soul Master competition. Although it was a Soul Master competition held every 5 years, the quality of Soul Masters was limited after all. There were neither opponents who could fully display his strength nor trustworthy friends. It was nothing more than a child playing. Moreover, with his growing strength, the next Soul Master competition might be the time when the Douluo Continent merged and returned to one. At night, there was plenty of time to practice in the mimicry training area. Because of Uranium's strength, the Academy had a lot of resources for the second team, naturally, including a certain amount of Soul Beast meat meals. Although not much, it was enough to surprise Yadair, Miss Aura, Ying and others. No matter how excellent they were not qualified for the Academy to supply them with Soul Beast meat. In the later stage of the training, Uranium started new training for Zhu Xiuqing, Kai Ying and others. The content of the training was very simple, 7 against 1. With 6 female players, under the amplification, they fought against Uranium. It is not enough to talk about it on paper against the strong. If you want to develop tacit understanding, you need to fight. Only after fighting can you find the problems between the team members and correct them. Uranium's strength is naturally needless to mention. He can beat them to death every time when he fights 7 people alone. Even with Zhu Xiuqing, the strongest Soul Master, and even with 6 people's unparalleled assistance, he is still beaten to the ground by Uranium every time. Even if the auxiliary soul masters are all girls, he will not let them go easily. After 3 months of training, the strength of the Royal Fighting Team II has increased a lot, and the matching between them is also very tacit. With their current combination of 5 great soul masters, 2 soul masters, and 1 soul master, even if uranium is not counted, they should be able to advance to the finals, but it is very difficult to ensure that they do not lose a game. Therefore, in the game, when it is time for Uranium and Zhu Zhuking to play, they still have to play. After all, what he wants is a complete victory, and losing a game is unforgivable. Time passed bit by bit. As time passed, the sky, which was a little hot, gradually became a little cooler. The breeze blew, bringing a touch of refreshing wind. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the Shandao Royal Academy, on the training ground, a battle seemed to have just ended. Looking at the people who were beaten down by him again, Uranium's eyes were calm. Today's training is here. Everyone, get up. I have something to tell you. Listening to Uranium's words, several team members got up, looked at each other, and looked at him with puzzled eyes. Just got the news that the All-Continental Soul Master Elite competition will be held in 3 days. We will hold it in the Shandao City Division, that is, in the Shandao Great Soul Fighting Arena. Looking at everyone, Uranium's faint voice sounded. Is the All-Continental Soul Master Elite competition finally coming? I can't wait. As soon as Uranium finished speaking, Kaiyang's voice rang. Indeed, it's finally here. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. After hearing Kaiyang's words, a female student immediately agreed. Yuan, what about the rules? How much do we plan the itinerary to? Zhu Zhuking turned his head and looked at Yuan, who looked indifferent, and couldn't help asking. Rules? Then let me explain to you what we need to do next. Yuan nodded. Chief Meng Shenji had come to him 3 days ago and discussed a matter of the Soul Master competition with His Highness Zhu King. And Elder Meng also said that Yuan would temporarily take over the function of the leader as the captain, and he would be in full control. This was proposed by Zhu King, saying that it would be easier to do things with one more title. In terms of rules, first, all participating Soul Masters are required to be under 25 years old, and the number of participants in each game must reach 7. You have already met this. Yuan motioned everyone to sit on the grass, then sat cross-legged, raised the first finger, and spoke slowly. Second, during the competition, the purpose is to compete in friendship, and try to avoid injuring the opponent as much as possible. Death is not allowed. Once the opponent is killed, the academy will not only bear the corresponding losses, but will also be expelled from the Soul Master competition. Regarding this, Zhu Zhuking, you must ensure that your space wave blade cannot be aimed at the vital parts of others. Cut the martial soul if you can, and don't cut off other people's arms and legs. Speaking of this, Uranium looked directly at Zhu Zhuking, who looked well-behaved, and said in a rather solemn tone. The third soul skill of the Dark Blood Thorncat, once the Dark Spirit body is activated, Zhu Zhuking can make any part of her body derive a halo of detachment. Because she has escaped into the shadow world, within a limited time, any of her attacks will be accompanied by a space fault, and any object will be cut in half, so Uranium pays special attention to Zhu Zhuking. This soul skill is like his nuclear explosion kick, with great lethality. Unless it is against a soul beast that must be killed, or an evil soul master, it is best not to use it, and only use the third soul skill to avoid injury. I understand. Zhu Zhuking nodded slightly, indicating that she had listened, and then motioned for Uranium to continue. Third, during the game, no medicine or food made by non-food and healing spirit masters may be used. Only food and healing spirit masters on the field have the right to replenish their team members. But you don't have to worry about this, because Ying, your tasks are very simple. After entering the field, increase the power according to the situation, and then hide, or find an opportunity to assist Kaiyang or Zhu Zhuking in the battle. Uranium looked at the 6 nervous girls on the opposite side and spoke calmly. Fourth, you cannot use any weapons other than martial spirits, but this is no longer within the scope of consideration, just go with bare hands. Fifth, regarding the preliminaries, we will arrive at the Shandao Grand Fighting Spirit Arena in 3 days to participate in the Shandao City Division preliminaries, of which 5 qualifying places are available. I don't need to say more about this, right? After entering the preliminaries, there are still 30 teams left, and all 30 teams will participate in the finals. But before participating in the finals, there is still a promotion match. The so-called promotion match is actually a ranking match for the teams that have entered the finals, and the order of appearance in the finals is determined according to the ranking order. My requirements are very simple: all wins, no matter who it is, all wins. Kang, especially you, don't have any problems. Uranium looked at Kang, who was eager to try just now, and pointed his finger at him, which immediately changed Kang's face. Don't worry. Being stared at by Uranium like this, Kang couldn't help but break out a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, and immediately nodded in response. I won't explain the rules of the promotion match. Anyway, it's no problem to win all the way. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Uranium thought about the several pages of the rule book that he saw at that time, and immediately gave up on how to make the promotion match. It's nothing more than a one-on-one duel? This difficulty can be said to be non-existent. Not only Zhu Zhuking's progress, but even Kang was a little surprised. With the help of Lost, Kang made rapid progress and quickly got started with a special soul power training method named by Lost, Shadow Soul Power. This is evolved from Shadow Magic, with soul power replacing magic power to achieve the effect of simulating shadow magic, but soul power is soul power after all, and the upper limit of the effect produced is not high in Uranium's opinion, and he doesn't like that kind of rather cold aura very much. However, the so-called low upper limit is also because Uranium's vision is too high. In Kang's view, this is a magical method that can check and balance Lost. When listening to Lost's chatter, he vaguely heard that this came from Lost's previous master, and he defeated Lost and seized its power. Therefore, his cultivation of shadow soul power can be said to be very fast, which also caused Kang's two completely different temperaments. On the one hand, cold and sinister, like an unknown existence in the deep dark shadow, as if there is a pair of eyes, always staring at everyone's back, which is creepy. On the other hand, tyrannical and bloodthirsty, like an ancient demon, wantonly slaughtering, as if wanting to turn Douluo Continent into ruin in a scorched earth. No matter how you look at it, Kang already has all the elements of an evil soul master, evil and killing. Although the time is still short, he has already taken shape. And Kang's soul power is now at level 33. Okay, that's all I want to say about the rules. You can go back and rest. By the way, go find a healing soul master and check your whole body to avoid any hidden injuries when participating in the competition. Kang, follow me. After talking about the rules, Uranium clapped his hands, focusing everyone's attention, and then said to Kang, "Me." Kang pointed at himself with a blank face. Uranium did not reply, but stood up gently and walked towards the forest path. Kang hurriedly followed, without asking anything, but there was still confusion on his face as if he didn't know what to say. Walking into the woods, the temperature was obviously lower than outside. The fresh air refreshed Uranium's spirits, and it seemed that even his mood became a little relieved. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Stopping, Uranium turned to Kang and said lightly, "Kang, push Lost in first." "Oh, okay." Although he was a little scared, Kang was very obedient. He listened to Uranium's words and closed his spiritual space for a short time. This was what he discovered some time ago. Lost could not use his body to see the world without his permission. This is the special connection between the martial soul and the host. Uranium nodded lightly. He could no longer feel Lost's prying, but the next thing was the most important thing. Uranium raised his hand lightly, took out a white and blue soul guide driver from behind his waist, and shook it gently towards Kang. Suddenly, Kang's pupils shrank. "You actually..." Kang couldn't help but lose his voice. "Kang, it's enough for you to know about this matter." Uranium shook his head lightly, stopping Kang from asking the next question. "Well, I know." Suppressing the shock in his heart, Kang swallowed a mouthful of saliva imperceptibly, and nodded lightly. Obviously, Uranium in front of him didn't want Lost to know about this matter. Kang thought to himself. But then he thought deeply, and suddenly thought of the strength shown by the mysterious man, and was shocked. He was so powerful at such a young age. Since you understand, I will say it directly. I want to create an organization, in which you will be the leader, facing everyone. I will only come out when it is critical. You have all the rights. Whether it is personnel allocation or position transfer, I will not care. This is what you deserve, with your qualifications. Uranium gently took back the Chronos Soul Guide driver and said to Kang calmly. Kang was silent. He knew what Uranium meant. If he became the leader, It meant that he would become the most important person among the people who attracted the firepower. In other words, a scapegoat. Moreover, since Uranium said so, the outcome was very obvious. He could not refuse at all. When Kang thought of his future experience, he could not help but sweat on his forehead. I understand. Finally, Kang nodded slowly. You seem to have misunderstood me? Let me be frank with you. I want to create a world without bad people. Because of the strength of soul masters, the strong often bully the weak. I have encountered this several times. If I were not strong enough, I would never forgive myself. So, I want to punish the strong soul masters and make rules. Uranium chuckled and told him all his ideas. But there are so many strong people in the world, how can you do it? Kang was stunned when he heard this. After he breathed a sigh of relief, he thought of a question. It's very simple. In each town, I will send a local strongman to garrison. At the same time, you are responsible for getting the garrison and the source of information of the oppressors. The method is up to you. Anyway, finding the evidence is the time to remove the cancer. As for the people who will take action, the people I send will do it themselves. You have to go to every city and every town in the Shandao Empire to spread the good news of the organization to the entire empire. The tentacles you extend must cover all the villages. This is your mission. And your welfare is also up to you. You can collect gold soul coins, treasures, natural treasures, etc. yourself. Uranium suddenly looked away, and his tone became a little sad. Indeed, if his strength was not strong enough at that time, Zhu's Huqing and Xiaoxu would have been taken away by Prince Zuxing, and he himself would probably suffer the worst fate of having his soul power completely destroyed. Can the strong really dominate this world? No, the only one who dominates this world is me, Uchiha Uranium. Uranium thought secretly in his heart. But the next moment, he came back to his senses and looked at Kang, who was still very nervous. Suddenly, he smiled. He has planned it all. Finally, I'll leave this matter to you. After the Soul Master competition is over, you can practice for a while and then set off along the route. There will be powerful Soul Masters in the local area to help you consolidate your local authority. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you the name of the organization first. Uranium's plan is very simple. He will find a city to set off first. After the Soul Masters are arranged, Kang will follow and set off, and naturally he can take over seamlessly. Name? What is it? Kang asked curiously. Dongfeng. Uranium sighed with some nostalgia. Dongfeng? This name is a bit simple. Although these two short words were proposed by Uranium, Kang's doubts in his heart became even greater. Well, Dongfeng. The motto of the organization is, Dongfeng Express, mission must be accomplished. Remember it. Uranium suppressed his sighing emotions and said to Kang calmly. Dongfeng Express, mission must be accomplished. I always feel that there is some deep meaning in it. Kang nodded, and then thought about the connotation of it. What does this mean? Question mark. It's still hard to understand at the moment. When the real Dongfeng is born, you will understand that this Dongfeng is not the same as that Dongfeng. Uranium suddenly smiled. He was amused by Kang's serious look. Indeed, it is difficult for this world to understand Uranium's thoughts, and it is even harder to know that in the previous life, the so-called Dongfeng was a global deterrent. And now he has no less power. Okay, don't think about it. Go back and prepare for the Soul Master competition. There are only 3 days left. Have a good rest. I am very optimistic about you. Raising his hand to interrupt Kang's thoughts, Uranium turned around and walked towards his residence, gradually disappearing into the woods. The woods were dark and quiet. Uranium was not in a hurry to go back, but just walked quietly in the woods. I don't know why, after seeing the power he possessed, he always recalled his powerlessness. Originally, he wanted to name the organization Kamen Rider, or Daishocker, or even the Dream Club, but in the end, he still chose Dongfeng. Just because it is powerful. There's still 5K in the evening. It's just a bit late, so I suggest you go to bed first and read it during the day. When my hands get better, I will definitely update 10,000 words a day. Anyway, at home, I can get up later if I stay up late, haha. Chapter 255 Opening. First Battle. A few days later, the capital of the Shandao Empire, Shandao City, held a grand opening ceremony for the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. The most anticipated Soul Master competition in the entire continent finally kicked off. The sun gradually rose, and the renovated Shandao Grand Soul Fighting Arena had already welcomed a large number of spectators. For this 5-year All-Continent Soul Master Elite competition, countless spectators have actually been looking forward to it. This is the grandest competition in the Soul Master world. According to Uranium, this is the Olympics among athletes, the S-Series World Competition of Law. It even has an influence that exceeds that. Because the status of Soul Masters in the continent is too special, it is a symbol of powerful strength, the foundation of wealth and title, and it is pursued by countless people. From civilians to the royal family, every class regards this competition as the grandest day. The opening ceremony was held in the Shandao Grand Soul Fighting Arena in Shandao City. As early as a month ago, the tickets for the opening ceremony had been pre-sold out. You know, the price of these tickets is the same as the admission price of the main Soul Fighting Center of the Shandao Grand Soul Fighting Arena. There are many young men and women in the audience. As for why this is the case, there are naturally reasons. The participants of the All-Continental Soul Master Elite competition are all under the age of 25, and the participants who can participate in the competition are all the best among the young Soul Masters. Such Soul Masters will undoubtedly become the objects of admiration in the hearts of countless boys and girls. There are even many young girls who are planning to marry a powerful Soul Master. For ordinary girls, if they can marry a powerful Soul Master, it is definitely a matter of fame and fortune. Of course, this possibility is not very high. A truly powerful Soul Master may not look down on ordinary women, even if the other party is good-looking, because what they really pursue is a female Soul Master of the same status as them. After all, Soul Master is the most honorable profession on Douluo Continent. Why are there so many single male Soul Masters? Isn't it because female Soul Masters are rare, and they look down on ordinary women? So one by one, they become uncles, and then they become old men, and finally become old bachelors. As the main competition venue of the Shandao Division, the Shandao Grand Soul Fighting Arena has stopped all soul fighting competition since a month ago and carried out internal renovations, merging all the sub-areas in the Grand Soul Fighting Arena with a main soul fighting center to form an extremely large competition venue. In the early morning, in the urban area of Shandao City, the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, which covers the largest area, was like a New Year's market. Crowds of people came from all directions to the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Many people, both men and women, had excited luster on their faces. This kind of competition can only be attended by young elites in the Soul Master world. Those under the age of 25 are naturally the objects that people from all walks of life want to win over. In fact, this kind of competition also has this meaning. For this competition, the Shandao royal family even mobilized the city defense army, just to maintain order, and even so, there were still some disturbances from time to time. At this time, with the Shandao Grand Soul Fighting Arena as the center, almost 1/3 of Shandao City was a scene of thousands of people emptying the streets. Starting a few days ago, all levels of hotels in Shandao City have been fully booked. The population of the city has increased by almost 50%. It can be seen that this continent-wide elite competition for advanced Soul Masters is very attractive to people. Uranium led the Royal Dao Team 2 into the Shandao City Great Soul Arena as the leader. After entering, they found that the Great Soul Arena had been renovated a long time ago, and it was crowded with people. The 9 members of the team led by Uranium stood out among the other teams. There was no way, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Uranium, Zhu's Huking, Ying, Yadir and other women were so beautiful that others could not help but notice them. Moreover, the temperament of Uranium and others was also very unique. When the 9 people stood together, the momentum that permeated between them also attracted many people's attention. "I'll go to register first, you wait here for a while." Uranium looked at the registration place and turned to the deputy captain Zhu Huking and said, "Well." The girl nodded gently, indicating that Uranium could go with confidence. As the deputy captain, she was capable of managing the team members. The so-called registration is actually to register the team members of each academy. Once registered, no more team members can be added or replaced in future competitions. The second team of Huangdao is naturally the 7 of them, plus 2 substitutes, Yadir and Kaiying. After a while, Uranium completed the registration and returned to Zhu Huking and others. "Now that we have registered, we can enter the venue. Our participating academies have a special rest area provided by the main venue. Let's go there first." After the opening ceremony is over, the competition will begin. I think many students should have arrived there now. Uranium said softly. Let's go in. Now that we can enter the venue, our participating academies have a special rest area provided by the main venue. Let's go there first. After the opening ceremony is over, the competition will begin. I think many students should have arrived there now. Uranium said after looking at the outside world where there were many people. Well, okay, let's go in first. Zhu Huqing nodded to you beside him, then looked at his crush, Captain, led the way. Okay, follow me. You said, then turned around and led the way in front. Zhu Huqing followed behind him. Yadair, Kaing and others looked at each other, followed Zhu Huqing and walked towards the rest area. The rest area is very large, with thousands of seats, divided into areas, specially provided for each college to rest and wait. As you said, many colleges have arrived here. When the Royal Fighting Team 2 and others came in, there were already many people here, and there were also many familiar faces that you had seen. The rest area is much quieter than outside. One is that there are fewer people, and the other is that the quality of soul masters is always higher than that of civilians. Although there are occasional voices of negotiation in the rest area, the sound is not loud, and the volume control is still quite good, at least it will not disturb others. Uranium and the others walked in unabashedly, and with the indescribable imposing aura on each of them, they instantly attracted the attention of many colleges. Especially the leader Uranium, with a tall figure, handsome face, and a temperament like a fallen immortal. He was outstanding, which made many female soul masters look at him frequently, and made Zhu Huqing's eyes become colder. Feeling the cold gaze of the girl next to him, Uranium couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was not intentional. What college is that? A black and gold uniform, and that inexplicable aura, which makes my heart beat fast, and I always have a bad premonition. Several soul masters with keen perception instantly felt a terrifying oppression from Uranium. What did you say? Why didn't I feel it? Did you scare yourself? The female soul master on the side looked at the leader Uranium suspiciously, and was immediately hooked by the amazing aura, and couldn't look away for a long time. Okay, no need to look at it. I just saw the team logo of the Royal Dou Team 2. There will be an opening ceremony performance match later. You can watch it to your heart's content. The perceptive soul master poked his sister with a dissatisfied look on his face, making her come back to her senses. Wow, there is such a perfect man. He is so handsome. Whether it is his temperament or his appearance, he is the type I like. The girl felt her heart pounding. She couldn't help but cover her blushing face with her hands, not daring to look over. Today is the opening ceremony, and it is also the first day of the elite competition of the entire continent's Advanced Soul Master Academy. In addition to the opening ceremony, there is only one game. The vice team of the Star Dou Royal Academy, that is, the second team, draws an opponent to compete in the first round of the round-robin match. It can be regarded as a group battle soul with some performance. Otherwise, it is just an opening ceremony, which obviously cannot satisfy the interest of the audience. This elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the entire continent has a prize, and it is very direct. For each victory in the preliminaries, 500 gold soul coins are awarded, and entering the promotion match, an additional 3,000 gold soul coins are awarded. If they can enter the finals, the Dou Empire will not only grant the title of Baron, but also reward each player, whether they are regular or substitute, with 1,000 gold soul coins. As for the final prize, it will be even higher. Uranium ignored the soul masters who looked around. He quickly found a secluded corner and began to close his eyes and rest with his second team. There is still more than half an hour before the opening ceremony at 8 o'clock. At present, only half of the people are sitting in the rest area. I am afraid that the opening ceremony will not begin until everyone is present. Half an hour later. Suddenly, Uranium heard a commotion. Uranium glanced at the entrance of the rest area. There were staff members coming in to arrange the teams from various colleges to enter. Okay, Huqing, look, we are about to enter. Pointing to the staff who came in to arrange the entry, Uranium smiled softly. It's finally started. Seeing this scene, Zhu Huqing sighed lightly. She was always waiting, which made her feel nervous. Now it finally started, which made her suddenly calm down. Okay, everyone get ready, we'll be entering the venue soon. Clapping his hands, Uranium raised his voice and said to the people around him. Yes, Captain. As soon as Uranium finished speaking, a uniform voice sounded out of thin air. He relaxed his sore shoulders, and his eyes flickered as he looked at the staff walking towards him. "Hello, is this the deputy team of Sharingan Royal Academy?" A staff member came to the front of the crowd and asked softly. "Yes," Uranium said. "It's your college's turn to enter, please follow me," the staff said. "Thank you." Nodding to the staff, Uranium turned slightly. "Everyone follow." "Yes, Captain." Everyone responded in unison. Led by the staff, the group stepped into the entrance passage. Although they were not the first team to enter the venue, when Uranium and his group entered the venue, they were still shocked by everything in front of them. The huge and open square was surrounded by countless shouting and cheering spectators. In front of the central venue was a rostrum with a golden background. Behind the rostrum was the renovated VIP area. The wide venue has a diameter of more than 150 meters. The colleges that entered in front have already arranged themselves in a neat formation in the center of the venue. Every college entered the venue, and there was a special MC on the rostrum to introduce them. It's much more lively than the school sports meeting I participated in at that time. Uranium muttered softly. It was the first time he saw such a lively scene. After all, he didn't have much chance to watch the Olympics or the Law World Championship before. Wow, there are so many spectators. Looking at the countless cheering spectators around the open square, Yadair's voice sounded a little surprised. It's roughly estimated that there are tens of thousands of people. This Continental Soul Master Elite competition is really popular, Kaing said lightly after a casual glance. Yes. Yadair nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes slightly scanned, and suddenly, her eyes condensed. Captain, look, the chief of Mangshenji is also here, right in the VIP area. Uranium glanced lightly, and immediately all the figures in the VIP area were taken in by her eyes. But soon, he retracted his gaze because it was their turn to move forward. The next team to enter is the vice team of Sharingan Royal Academy, which is the top team among all the domestic academies. The vice team of Sharingan Royal Academy has a total of 9 contestants, and their captain is called Uranium. Maybe you don't know much about the name Uranium, but I think everyone must be familiar with the name of Annihilation of Life and Soul. That's right, this Uranium is the one who won 46 consecutive victories in our Sharingan Grand Soul Fighting Arena 2 years ago, setting an unparalleled legend in the soul fighting arena. Their registration slogan is, 1 against 7, we are professional. A very domineering slogan. 2 years ago, Uranium was able to set such a dazzling record, so what kind of results can he and his teammates achieve in this year's All-Continent Soul Master Elite competition? I'll look forward to their performance. Listening to the words of the MC, the audience immediately boiled up. Some people may not know the name Uranium, but in the Sharingan Grand Soul Fighting Arena, the name Annihilation of Life and Soul is definitely very loud. After all, Uranium had a lot of fans in the Sharingan Grand Soul Fighting Arena back then. Although 2 years have passed, those fans still remember this name. And many new people also know this name. Not for anything else, but because the code name of Sharingan Annihilation has been engraved on the record monument of Sharingan Grand Fighting Soul Arena. The latest novel is first published on 69 Shuba. Anyone who comes to Sharingan Grand Fighting Soul Arena to watch the game has the opportunity to see the name and record of Sharingan Annihilation. In this way, his influence cannot be small. It was because 2 years had passed and Uranium was still wearing a black robe at the time, so no one recognized him. But now that the MC said this, many people reacted instantly. The atmosphere suddenly became heated. Annihilation. Annihilation. Many old fans of the year shouted wildly after hearing that Uranium was Sharingan Annihilation, because no one knew better than them how dazzling the performance of this black-robed man was back then. Even now, they still can't forget Uranium's wonderful battle back then. Every time, the battle ended within 10 seconds. Even every time after the Annihilation of Life came on the field, the handicap open was not the victory or defeat, but the time. Every time they bet, they could defeat the enemy within a few seconds. Hiss, this guy is so popular. Under the rostrum, a young man with a mask on his face and a team that was all wearing cyan uniforms said in surprise. Feng Zai Ocean, you are not envious, are you? As soon as the young man finished speaking, a man in a fiery red uniform not far from him asked with a smile. Judging from his appearance, it was Hua Shuang, the captain of the Blazing Academy. Who is envious? Isn't it just that there are few more fans? I don't care about these things, Feng Zai Ocean, I'm not such a superficial person. Hearing Hou Wuxiang's words, Feng Zai Ocean immediately refuted. Haha, if you envy him, you still don't admit it. I am different. I dare to admit that I envy him very much, but it's a pity that I don't have such a strong strength as him. Hearing this, Hou Wuxiang laughed and said, Tisk, I can't reason with a rough guy like you. Feng Zai Ocean curled his lips and turned his eyes to Hou Wu, who was standing behind Hou Wuxiang. His eyes suddenly showed a gleam of brilliance. Sister Hou Wu, long time no see, you are much more beautiful. Really? Hou Wu glanced at Feng Zai Ocean lightly, without any fluctuation in her expression. In the square, Uranium and others were still moving forward. Facing the fiery eyes of many spectators from all directions and listening to their crazy shouts, he still looked calm and his face did not change at all. Now thinking back, when he was fighting in the Sharingan Dou Great Fighting Soul Arena, it seemed that he had always been looking at other soul masters from the perspective of killing. It was the first time for him to look at other soul masters like this. Captain, you are so popular. Seeing Uranium, who was shining like a star at this moment, Yadair's eyes were filled with admiration that was hard to conceal. This man was really too dazzling, making her little heart beat non-stop. How could he be so outstanding? Listening to the admiration in Yadair's tone, Uranium shook his head gently and said softly, It's all false reputation, all fake. The implication was somewhat confusing. How terrifying, he is so domineering, 1 against 7, we are professionals. Tisk, it's hard to beat, I heard that before, whether it was the 49th level soul sect or the 41st level soul sect, the captain named Uranium solved them all within 20 seconds, and he was also very comfortable. I don't want to meet this guy in advance and be easily eliminated. In the end, Feng Zai Ocean and Hou Wuxiang reached a consensus on this matter. Being able to solve the top soul sect so easily, compared to the strength contained in it, is far from as simple as it seems on the surface. Perhaps, there is something even more terrifying. Finally, all the participating colleges entered, and Uranium and his group stood at the front of all the teams. On their side were the Royal Fighting Team 1, Yu Xianheng and others that Uranium had just met some time ago. Hey, Xianheng, long time no see. Uranium suddenly tilted his body and greeted Yu Xianheng of the Royal Fighting Team next to him. Yuan, long time no see, you are really energetic, haha, it seems I have to celebrate your qualification in advance, I will wait for you in the finals. Yu Xianheng's temper is also very good. Facing Yuan's kindness, he did not care about the slightly cold eyes on the VIP stage. They need to line up here, and then listen to Emperor Zuyi's irrelevant words, and then go through some messy things, and finally the old man Cirrus will draw the team for the competition and decide the opponent of the preliminaries. After all these things are done, the preliminaries can officially begin. The MC on one side of the VIP stage said loudly, Next, please invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Sharingan Dou Empire to announce the opening of this competition. As Yuan saw, His Majesty the Emperor of the Sharingan Dou Empire, who was sitting in the center of the first row of the VIP seats and wearing a red gold robe, slowly stood up amid thunderous applause. He raised his right hand and waved to the audience and the participating soul masters below. The applause quickly stopped, and the huge square became silent. A deep and resonant voice spread throughout the venue through the loudspeaker soul guide. I, Emperor Zuyi of the Sharingan Dou Empire, on behalf of the Sharingan Dou Empire and on behalf of the organizer of this competition, announce that the Pan-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is now open. The applause was thunderous again, and cheers rose and fell. But Uranium in the field suddenly found that the smile on the Emperor's face was a little far-fetched, as if he was not excited about this competition. When the applause died down again, the Emperor continued, Here, I hope that all the soul masters participating in this competition can give full play to their strengths and get good results. You are all the pride of the Sharingan Dou Empire. For the glory of the Empire, show your brilliance. After a long speech by Emperor Zuyi, Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, and Platinum Bishop Cirrus, the first round of the preliminaries, the only exhibition match today, finally kicked off. In the first round of the preliminaries, the Sharingan Dou Royal Academy will play against the Pure Skellington Advanced Soul Master Academy. Hearing this, Kai Ying suddenly looked up. No way? Is it such a coincidence? A low murmur came from his mouth. He still remembered vividly the men and women who had humiliated him. You play this round, Kai Ying, don't let me down. Uranium on the side immediately noticed some changes in Kaing's demeanor, and with a slight twitch of the corner of his mouth, he walked to Kaing's side and patted him on the shoulder. Well, I will definitely not lose. As the first battle of Sharingan Royal Academy, in order to wash away my past humiliation, for my beloved Lin Wainer, and for the Vice President's tearful death, I will definitely win. Kaing's hands clenched tighter and tighter, and a teeth-grinding clicking sound continued to ring out, as if his fingertips were about to penetrate into the palm of his hand. Then you come on, let them see what kind of strength one of the three main players of the Sharingan Royal Academy's deputy team has. After saying that, after the draw, Uranium walked towards the rest stand, and everyone else looked at the silent Kaing. Okay, then the first game of the first round of the preliminaries will be between Sharingan Royal Academy and Pure Steelington Advanced Soul Master Academy. All participating academies will leave the field, and the two academies that will compete later please get ready. After half an hour, the game will officially begin. The MC shouted loudly to the whole audience. Originally, according to the admission regulations of Sharingan Royal Academy, non-nobles were not allowed to enroll. But what a coincidence, the Sharingan Empire has another rule, that is, as long as one is a Hunzen above level 30, according to Sharingan law, he will automatically obtain the title of nobility. Although it is the lowest level, it is also an orthodox nobility. And the graduation standard of Sharingan Royal Academy happens to be level 30 soul power. In other words, under normal circumstances, if other soul masters want to enroll, they must have had a noble title before level 30. That is naturally the most normal noble. After level 30, although they also have a noble title, they have exceeded the graduation standard. Therefore, the admission standard that Uranium gave to Kaing was special recruitment. Enrolled in the advanced class. In the rest area. It didn't take long before the special staff arrived and invited everyone to come out. Let's go. Uranium looked at the team members who were ready to go and looked unstoppable, and couldn't help but smile and said. It was Kaing's unwavering gaze that responded to Uranium, because in this game, he was the main force. In less than 5 seconds, the 7 people who were originally gathered together quickly formed a neat long line. Kaing was at the top of the list, because in this game he was a strong attack-type combat spirit master and was responsible for all battles, so he was ranked first. Then came Ying. Ying was the highest level among the auxiliary spirit masters and already had a spirit power of level 31, so she was ranked second. Then came Yetel, Misora, Shilingling, Aolina and Chun. They were arranged in a very orderly manner. As soon as they reached the exit of the passage, everyone heard the MC outside loudly announcing the name of every entrant from their Sharingan Royal Academy and their martial spirits. A special golden beam of light shot down from the high platform set up on the side of the large fighting spirit field, escorting Uranium, Kaing and other members of the second team of Sharingan Royal Academy to appear. This treatment, well, so happy. Ying and Misora couldn't help but slow down their pace, as if they wanted to enjoy this feeling more. Under the leadership of Uranium, the vice team of Sharingan Royal Academy came to the waiting area below the central competition area. Opposite them was the Pure Steelington Advanced Soul Master Academy. It's a coincidence that the colors of the two teams are slightly opposite, but the styles are very similar. The team uniforms of the Pure Steelington Advanced Soul Master Academy are all silver and extremely luxurious in design. The vice team of Sharingan Royal Academy is black uniforms embroidered with the gold thread edges, which are low-key but tasteful. Next, please invite the vice team of Sharingan Royal Academy and the Pure Steelington Advanced Soul Master Academy team to come on stage and prepare to start the game. The voice of the host sounded. Go on, win beautifully. Uranium said softly, nodding to Kaing, Ying and others. Don't worry, Captain, we will. Kaing nodded and said. Let's go on stage. Kaing shouted, and led the 6 members of the Sharingan Royal Academy's vice team directly to the competition arena. On the opposite side of them, the people from the Pushlington Advanced Soul Master Academy also happened to go on stage. The two sides looked at each other instantly, and the atmosphere became solemn for a moment. Why is it you? Kaing. A crisp female exclamation sounded from the Soul Master lineup opposite Kaing. Originally I wanted to write 5k, but when I thought about my hand injury that delayed more than a day, I felt guilty and wrote 7,000 words. The extra 2,000 words can be regarded as compensation for everyone. Chapter 256 The battle begins. The group walked to the stands. At this time, There were still a huge crowd of spectators outside. On the ring, there were two teams standing. One team was naturally the students of the Purslington Advanced Soul Master Academy that the 7 people he had just met. They all wore silver robes. They were very graceful. Everyone had a lively expression on their faces, and at this time they were quite interested in greeting the audience around them, as if they didn't take this game seriously at all. They had received the news a long time ago. The second team of the royal fight in previous years was just a group of aristocratic garbage that was useless. You know, this year, their goal at Purslington Academy is to be in the top 8 of the Soul Master competition. Moreover, after seeing that the people on the field were actually a group of great Soul Masters, and 2 low-level Soul Masters, they forced themselves to hold back their smiles in their hearts so that the other party would not notice. These idiots. Uranium was so angry that he laughed. It's also because you can't kill people in this competition, otherwise, these 7 guys would not survive for more than half a minute. This Lost has a murderous temper, tut-tut. On the side of the second team of Sharingan Royal Academy, Kaing stood alone at the front. As the only one in the team who can fight, he naturally stood here. Tut-tut, I didn't expect it to be Kaing. Isn't this the former great genius of our academy? How come you came to Sharingan Royal Academy after being expelled? A member of the Purslington team looked at the 7 people opposite with a bit of disdain on his face. Look at you like this, I can't help but feel sad for you. Is the only great Soul Master you can show off. Shut up, this is a Soul Master competition, don't ruin the reputation of the academy. Take the competition seriously. Amid the laughter, Lin Wenner's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the ridicule of everyone. The one who spoke was Lin Wenner, whose hair reached her hips and whose face was cold. However, her coldness was not directed at Kaing, but at this group of idiots who did not know the occasion. This was the opening ceremony exhibition match, and the Royal Dou Team II was playing at home. How dare they mock Kaing like this? Did they really want to embarrass the academy in front of the entire Sharingan Dou Empire? Yes, I got it. Hearing the reprimand from the woman standing at the back, the previous mockers all restrained themselves a lot, but the contempt in their eyes did not decrease at all. Kaing stood there, quietly watching the people in front of him talking nonsense, without any change in his expression. Although the referee also felt strange, he still coughed a few times and said, "Let's start." After that, the referee stepped aside. At this time, a scene that shocked all the audience appeared. On the Sharingan Royal Academy side, except for Kaing, the other 6 petite girls all stepped back a few steps and retreated to the edge of the ring. Kaing was left alone in the front. Countless people were stunned. Everyone could not help but think, is this a special tactic? Even the 7 people from Purslington College were stunned. What's going on? Looking down on them? But soon, they were well trained and directly activated their martial spirits and rushed towards Kaing. Although the students of Purslington College were full of shit, they still had basic qualities. 7 people, 1 control department, 3 strong attack departments, 2 agile attack departments, and 1 auxiliary department. The 3 strong attack department, namely Flame Horse, Diamond Horn Rhino, and Blue Crocodile, have reached the 35th level of soul power. The control department is the Wrath Shadow Butterfly, a martial spirit that is good at weakening single and group attacks, and the level is not high, only 33. The agile attack department is twins, both male, with a cold temperament, and the martial spirit is the Reincarnated, a martial spirit that is good at speed and lightning, closer to the strong attack department. Although the quality of the martial spirit is not high, it is definitely not low. Finally, there was the auxiliary spirit master Lin Wenner who stayed behind everyone. Her spirit was the blessing bird, a bird spirit with a very high quality spirit, very close to the king of birds, the phoenix. Her spirit power was level 37, the highest level of spirit power in her team. Although she was Kaing's fiancée, Lin Wenner couldn't defend herself blatantly. She still had to buff her teammates. Since Kaing was standing in front of the opponent, she naturally couldn't let him go. Letting him go was not only looking down on herself, but also looking down on him. Second spirit skill, Light Feather. First spirit skill, Blessing Feather. Almost instantly, 3 strong attack spirit masters attacked Kaing. They were also surrounded by the cyan and white fluorescence attached to the blessing bird spirit, which made them faster. And the spirit master with the Reincarnated spirit, with a quick flash, jumped directly more than 10 meters away, and was the first to attack Kaing. At the same time, a huge black pupil suddenly appeared above Kaing's head, staring straight at Kaing's body, and this eye probably has a certain special effect. It was the Soul Master of the Wrath Shadow Butterfly Martial Spirit. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Although this person from Pislinton College is a rubbish person, he doesn't seem to be very weak. At this moment, among the Shrek group watching the game below the stage, Ma Hongjin couldn't help but say, "How can this person win?" Taelong was even more surprised when he saw Kaing fighting 7 people alone. "Don't talk first, this is Uranium's teammate, he must have something extraordinary, let's wait until the matter is over before talking." Tang San and Daim Yubei watched intently. He said so, but when Tang San saw that there were only 9 people who signed up for the Royal Fighting Team II, 6 of whom were auxiliary soul masters, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. But he couldn't tell what it was until he saw more news. The actions of the Shandao Royal Academy were really confusing. At this moment, whether it was the Emperor Zuyu who had heard about it beforehand, or the various civilians who were watching the battle, or the other academy teams who were expecting the Royal Dao Team 2 to reveal their killer moves, they all looked closely at the fighting arena. Kai Ying smiled and looked at the black eyes above his head. The next moment, a gray and foggy black light suddenly fell. But just as the corrosive and weakening black light fell from the huge eyes, the third soul ring on Kai Ying's body gradually glowed with a hazy light. The third soul skill, the Shadow Step. In an instant, a series of rays of light representing amplification fell from the 6 auxiliary soul masters to Kai Ying's body, and then, green grass appeared from the ground, covering the area around Kai Ying, directly covering 1/3 of the fighting arena. Naturally, the feet of the soul masters on the opposite side were also covered with bright Shiangsing grass. Kaing didn't move, watching all the attacks about to fall on him, without even blinking. When the referee saw Kaing didn't resist, he had already tensed up, ready to save him at any time, and even moved when the attack was about to hide him. But the next second, the referee stopped awkwardly. He saw the shining third soul skill on Kaing. HMPH, all attacks are Wudang. Under the gaze of everyone, all the attacks from the controlled type soul masters, the strong attack type, and the agile attack type soul masters' fists and feet all passed through Kaing's phantom. Kaing became like a transparent shadow. All the attacks missed. There are still 8,000 plus in the evening. You can go to bed early and watch it the next day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Kaing's Strength. All the attacks were in vain. Even the Reincarnated Soul Master, whose claws pierced through Kaing's body, could see the shocked look on his brother's face through the blue phantom. Is this Kaing's third soul skill? Why is it completely different from before? He didn't have the ability to become a phantom before. What's going on? Kaing could see the astonishment on the Reincarnated Soul Master's face, but he didn't have anything to say. He just made a very simple move. He took a step forward. Just this one step made Kaing's body and the limbs of the Reincarnated Soul Master staggered. Kaing moved. With the help of the soul rings of the 6 soul masters, plus the speed training specially prepared by Captain Uranium, Kaing's speed was only a little slower than Zuzuking. There was no phantom, only an afterimage. He seemed to have blown up a series of phantom winds, turned his back to the Reincarnated Soul Master behind him, decisively broke away from the shadow step state, and unceremoniously, he hit a backhand elbow strike containing a strong energy. Just like an extremely brutal melee, Kaing elbowed the Reincarnated Soul Master and sent him flying, sliding dozens of meters away. Then, the Reincarnated Soul Master accurately passed through the Royal Dao Auxiliary Soul Master at the corner and landed directly under the Fighting Soul stage. After seeing this scene, the referee's face changed, and he immediately rushed to the stage to check the situation of the injured. Then, Kaing stretched out his hands extremely quickly, and before the 3 strong attack soul masters at the closest distance could react, he made a move like lightning, grabbing one with each hand, or more accurately, grabbing one hand of 2 people, and then twisting like a gyroscope. Instinctively, limited by instinctive reaction, the bodies of the blue crocodile soul master and the fiery horse soul master tilted suddenly, and twisted along with the direction of Kaing's twisting wrist, trying to relieve the sudden pain just now. But the next moment, Kang saw that another Reincarnated Soul Master had reacted, and immediately exerted force on his back, and with his hands suddenly exerted force, he directly rotated on the spot, and threw the fiery horse Soul Master out in a spinning manner. Halfway through, the dizzy fiery horse Soul Master guarded the last bit of clarity in his mind, and immediately used his first soul skill the moment he was thrown out. Body of fiery flame. A raging fire suddenly ignited from the body of the fiery horse Soul Master. It was like fireworks burning in the air. Golden needle. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from not far away. What? Before the fiery horse Soul Master Golden Needle could come to his senses and ask what happened, he felt that he had suddenly knocked over something. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out from under Golden Needle's body, and with the transmission of the flames, the high-temperature fire formed instantly. He felt that he smelled something burnt. The one pressed under Golden Needle was the Reincarnated Soul Master who had just reacted and was about to attack. The one who landed before was his younger brother. Boom! In the fighting spirit field, a human-shaped flame suddenly ignited again. As Jinzhen reacted, restrained his first soul skill, and helped the Reincarnated Soul Master put out the fire, Kang had already used the joint skill to put the blue crocodile Soul Master to the ground in 1 second, and then hit him in the face with a quick punch in another second, causing him to faint on the spot. The Soul Master is very strong. Whoosh! The shrill sound of breaking through the air accompanied by the sharp dark thorns in the air quickly passed in front of Kang. However, the insidious thorns did not sink into Kang's eyes and blind his eyes, but were blocked by the suddenly appearing obsidian-like visor, but disappeared after blocking. Kang's second soul ring was shining. Second soul skill, Dark Incarnation. A low moan like a beast sounded in the fighting soul field. The dark demon sickle, possessed by the martial spirit, was held in Kang's hand. Rub, 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 a series of uninterrupted strange tremors came from Kang's body. The black, ferocious hand armor like obsidian continued to extend upward along the right hand holding the sickle, turning into hand guards, arm armor, and even shoulder armor. I can't help it. The hoarse voice sounded in Kang's mind as the second soul skill was displayed. Lost was thirsty for blood. Holding the dark devil scythe, Kang's speed and strength were even better, and he quickly rushed towards the diamond-horned rhino Soul Master who was still standing recently. Damn bastard! Under the possession of the martial spirit, a rotating sharp horn rose from the bridge of the diamond-horned rhino Soul Master's nose, flashing a dazzling cold light, and the terrifying attack power can be imagined. The skin on his body quickly condensed into light blue hard armor. Outsiders could tell at a glance that this armor was extremely hard. Even his body was raised by more than 3 feet, nearly 1 meter taller than Kang. Enhancement Fist. With a low roar, the diamond-horned rhino Soul Master Lewis punched Kang without any effort. The huge wind pressure suddenly blew up Kang's long black hair, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly to prevent the wind and sands from entering his eyes. Boom! The straight punch landed, and the ground of the fighting arena trembled violently, leaving large mottled marks, but it did not explode. For the enhanced punch that came instantly, Kang just made a slight jump back and easily resolved Lewis's attack. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Trampling. Seeing Kang quickly avoid his first soul skill with his agility, Lewis suddenly raised his foot and stomped on the ground. Boom! With a dull bang, the earth trembled violently, and a circle of cocky waves suddenly released in the direction of Kang with the rhythm of the ground. For this kind of attack, Kang's mouth twitched slightly, and he rushed straight towards Lewis without caring. Okay. This idiot, you dare to rush over directly. Look at me using my third soul skill, the one-word energy-gathering fist, to smash you to pieces. Lewis saw Kang falling into his trap, and his eyes were filled with joy that he couldn't hide. But what greeted him was not Kang's body, but an extremely huge black and red sickle. When the trampling wave reached Kang, a giant dark demon sickle that fell from the sky landed in front of him and absorbed this part of the soul power shock for him. At this time, the soul skill of the resentful shadow butterfly Soul Master was late, and the black light wave was directly hooked by Kang's sickle blade to Lewis' body, and was pulled along with the momentum, and was blocked by the diamond-horned rhino Soul Master. Then, Kang relaxed his body, tapped his toes lightly, and followed the heavy power of the diamond-horned rhino, and rushed directly to the Flame Horse Soul Master and the Reincarnated Soul Master who had just put out the fire on the field. The next moment, Kang grabbed the two men by the back of their necks like a bowling ball. Because of the excessive force, they even blacked out their eyes, and then threw them in different directions. The control-type spirit masters in the distance were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. The fiery horse spirit master in the air fainted because of Lost's secret mental shock, and he smashed towards him. Control-type spirit masters are not geniuses like Tang Sen, who knows Zhuanshan Guang and Tang sect martial arts. Their physical fitness is simply impossible to react. Just like a bowling ball hitting a bottle, the two were all knocked over. They even fell out of the ring. At this time, Kaiyang slowly returned to the side of the original position. As for the other Renkin spirit master, there is no need to worry. He fell to the stage in a daze after being hit by Lost's mental shock. At this moment, the only ones left in the field of the Perslinton College team were Lin Weiner, who Kaiyang was reluctant to attack, and the toughest diamond-horned rhino spirit master Lewis. It's not even half an instant of time yet, and the 5 main players have been defeated. And it was just one person. Hiss. The whole audience was shocked. 1 against 7, we are professionals. At the same time, in the silent arena, all the audience had that special slogan in their minds. There are 6,000 plus left. Chapter 258, 1-minute battle. How is this possible? You are only a level 33 soul master, how could you do this? Lewis looked at the field with horror. There was no combat personnel except himself, and suddenly felt as if he was still dreaming. Nothing is impossible. Anyway, from now on, your team of Princeton College will be famous. A team that is single-handedly killed by one person. Tut, tut, it sounds good, right? Kaiyang slowly approached the stiff diamond-horned rhino soul master Lewis, and the dark demon sickle in his hand was emitting a chilling icy light. Damn Kaiyang! With a trembling voice, seeing the devil-like figure approaching, Lewis couldn't help but take a step back for the first time. As if he was scared out of his wits. Are you scared? The low and hoarse voice came from the direction of Kaiyang and entered Lewis' ears. The piercing murderous intent immediately made him alert. He would really kill himself. Thinking of what he had done to Kaiyang, and thinking of the scarlet eyes of Kaiyang on the opposite side, Lewis suddenly became nervous. What are you running away from? As Lewis retreated, Kaiyang pressed forward step by step, and the cold and sharp magic sickle, at some point, lit up a visible blood red. The feeling of death, at this moment, is extremely close and extremely real. As if it will happen in the next moment. As that feeling approached the center of his eyebrows, the string in Lewis' heart suddenly collapsed. Lost, I didn't allow you to make trouble. Suddenly, a voice with an inaudible taste suddenly exploded in Kaiyang's ears. Immediately, Kaiyang was shocked, and immediately stopped pressing forward step by step, and decisively swept the magic sickle across Lewis' waist. But the next moment, Kaiyang was shocked. Plop, Lewis knelt down directly. Kneeling in front of Kaiyang. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. Woohoo. Don't kill me. While crying, Lewis laid on the ground with his hands, and kept sobbing and apologizing. Kaiyang was stunned. Didn't he look tough just now? How come he looked like this after being frightened by Lost? When the referee heard the surrender of the diamond-horned rhinoceros soul master Lewis, he immediately came to Kaiyang. After looking at the auxiliary soul master Lin Weiner who was left without fighting power, the referee shouted, Winner, Sharingan Royal Academy Team 2. There is no doubt that the only auxiliary soul master left is not capable of fighting against a strong attacking soul master. Seeing the end of the final battle, at this moment, several words involuntarily emerged from everyone's mind, teasing, crushing, powerful. This is a complete teasing of crushing. This soul master of the second team of Sharingan Royal Academy, only one person, defeated the 7 people of Purestillington Academy in less than a minute. Even the last person was crying on the ground, begging not to kill him. And that person defeated 7 soul masters with just the pure speed and strength of his body, and each soul ring released a soul skill once, which was simply unheard of. At this time, everyone present finally understood why the Sharingan Royal Academy team acted so strangely at the beginning. It turned out that the 6 people retreated, just to give the stage completely to this Kaiyang, and they just came up to throw a few soul skills to make up the numbers. No wonder the expression on his face was so calm, like a deep pool. The main stage, the VIP area. Many nobles stood up and looked at this scene in horror. Exclamation mark. You know, the soul master named Kaiyang is only level 33, and he is facing opponents who are all around level 35, that is to say, every soul power level is higher than him. If only 5 great Soul Masters and a Soul Master's amplification can allow a low-level Soul Master to defeat a group of middle and high-level Soul Masters, then the Soul Master competition doesn't even need Control-type Soul Masters and Agile Attack-type Soul Masters. Just push forward with a strong attack system and auxiliary system. But this idea is impossible to achieve, because the enemy's quick attack Spirit Master can easily drive the helpless auxiliary Spirit Master out of the game early by bypassing the strong attack opponent. Without the auxiliary Spirit Master, how can a pure strong attack Spirit Master fight against a complete team? This is a simple truth that everyone knows, but now, this truth has been slapped in the face. I not only bring auxiliary Spirit Masters, but also 6. This 7-second battle brings a huge shock. It's 1 vote 7. It ended so quickly that no one could imagine it. It seems that the team that Sect Master Ning is optimistic about is this Shandao Royal Academy. Saris looked at Ning Fengzi with a slightly strange expression. I didn't expect Sect Master Ning to know such a genius. The 7 Treasures glazed tile sect is indeed extraordinary. Shame on you, it's another team. Ning Fengzi came back to his senses and smiled lightly. Saris didn't say anything and turned away. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. I want all the information about this person within an hour. Looking at the young man who is in the limelight in the fighting arena, Emperor Zuyi set his eyes on the figure and seemed to find it interesting. You don't have to watch the games of other teams, but I am the Dean of Shandao Royal Academy anyway, so I must watch it. After saying that, Emperor Zuyi also stood up and left. Isn't it amazing? In the stands, Tai Long was stunned. How did you do it? For these 4 substitutes, their hearts were like a roller coaster of ups and downs in this minute. As expected, Tang San stared at Kaing's every move for a minute, watching very seriously. It seems that we have a fierce battle. Although he only has the strength of a Soul Lord, the burst just now, I believe it if you say he is a Soul Master. Yes, the momentum of that arm after adding armor, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is possessed by a demon god. It feels so scary. It doesn't look like a human at all. Ma Hongjin said. Thinking of the bloody breath he just felt, the fat man couldn't help but tremble. It was as terrifying as facing the executioner. In that situation, it seems that his reason is not very firm. I did feel something unnatural just now. Tang San pondered, but he used it in the first exhibition match. I seriously suspect that this unnaturalness is disguised in order to lower everyone's defensive psychology. After all, when an unskilled skill is shown to others for the first time, there must be people with keen observation. Thinking that what he observed was just someone else deliberately showing it to others, Tang San's face became more solemn. This Shandao Royal Academy is indeed not as rich and powerful as it seems. In fact, behind the scenes, besides Kaiying, there are also Uranium and Zhu Ziuking who have not appeared yet. I believe that the above 2 people are not weaker than Kaiying. It is simply a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Thinking of this, Tang San frowned even more tightly. There are 4,000 left. Chapter 259 Post-War Analysis. In fact, Tang San was overthinking. Just now, Kaiying really couldn't control his reason. Under the possession of lust, it seemed to be stimulated by the battle and had the urge to cut Louis' throat. Fortunately, Uranium noticed Kaiying's abnormality in time, and immediately used the mark that Uranium had planted on Kaiying as the coordinate to transmit the sound of his concentrated soul power to prevent the high-level Soul Masters present from discovering Lost's existence. Humph, is it really just a disguise? He deliberately pretended to be unable to control his own power, and actually expected others to relax their minds and do something bad. It seems that this Kaiying is not as honest as he looks, and he is setting traps in secret. Unfortunately, these can't be hidden from my eyes. Ho Washuang watched Kaiying slowly walk off the stage and couldn't help but laugh softly. He thought he had seen through everything. Indeed, this kind of inferior behavior, I thought it was so smart. It seems that the people of Shandao Royal Academy are just like this. Feng Ziocean and Ho Washuang stood aside and continued. However, it seemed that everyone would rather believe that this was Kaiying's deliberate display, rather than that he could not control himself. In this wave, Kaiying was on the first floor, and the others thought that Kaiying was on the second floor, thinking that they were on the third floor, but they were actually on the negative first floor. So, if we meet Shandao Royal Academy next time, I'm afraid we have to be careful. This second team is not simple. Tang San analyzed slowly. Also, I don't know if you have noticed that there is a Soul Master Assistant Soul Master who did not use any soul skills, another Soul Master Assistant Soul Master only used the first soul skill, and two of the other great Soul Masters and Assistant Soul Masters did not use the second soul skills, which means that they have received instructions long ago and have hidden a lot of things. These must be the killer moves they specially trained and honed when they were preparing for the game in advance. Daimube continued to say along with Tang San's thoughts. However, although this Kaing is not weak, but if he is always alone, let alone you, many powerful teams may not be able to beat him, right? At this time, the Red Pearl thought for a while and said, after all, he is just one person, and the Paslinton Academy team does not even have a Soul Master. Several people were stunned. Sister Jiangsu is right. Diana suddenly came over and said, there's no need to worry so much. If this Kaing was alone, I could handle it myself, so in the next battle, more cards will definitely be revealed. Seeing Diana coming, Tang San and the others came back to their senses and couldn't help but smile. The four substitutes also looked at Diana and smiled. Moreover, with one strong attack spirit master and 6 auxiliary spirit masters, the tolerance rate is too low. Diana looked at them and continued, and this competition is ultimately a team competition. Even if he can enter the promotion competition, there are still individual ranking competitions. At that time, he will have to face them one by one, which will be more difficult. Therefore, sooner or later, he will reveal his flaws. So, Uranium and Zuzuking will definitely appear, and we just need to know their situation. After saying that, Diana's brows suddenly frowned. By the way, Tang San, I wonder if you watched the battle carefully just now. Diana asked puzzledly. There is a suspicious point in this battle. When Kaing stretched out his hand to grab the 2 strong attack spirit masters and spun them out, it stands to reason that with their reactions and bodies, they should be able to release spirit skills while being spun. But why didn't they release any spirit skills? This is my only doubt. Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but secretly said, Nana is worthy of being meticulous. Although she looks confused on the outside, she is actually very reliable. The past 30 seconds or so shocked many people beyond words, but she was still thinking about the details of the battle in her mind. Because of Diana's doubts, everyone recalled the battle just now, and they also recalled it, and they couldn't help but have more doubts in their hearts. Could it be a fake match? It shouldn't be. Looking at the previous conversation, there is a personal grudge between them, and then there are words of kowtow and begging not to kill him, which makes the suspicion of fake match washed away. After all, kowtow is too embarrassing, and it directly makes the academy famous. This should be the cause of the martial spirit. After a moment of silence, Tang San recalled the unnaturalness after Kaing's second soul skill was released, coupled with a killing intent like the god of death, and said with a little thought. Tang San smiled and said, most martial spirits actually have shortcomings, just like my blue silver grass, which was afraid of fire before. And Kaing's martial spirit, although it is a sickle, the killing aura, cold aura, and death aura it contains are very strong just by looking at the naked eye. I'm afraid that when Kaing came into contact with the 2 strong attack spirit masters, this aura went through his arm and entered the opponent's body, directly shocking them for a certain period of time, and thus lost control of the body in a short period of time. So Kaing sees this point and showed this kind of vision without resistance, but the actual battle has already begun inside the body. If we encounter it, then we must pay special attention to the contact point, otherwise, if we are not careful, we will reveal a fatal flaw. Tang San's explanation made Diana suddenly understand. I see. Everyone also suddenly realized. Tang San, you are really smart. Tai Long touched his head and said with a smile. No, this is just a normal analysis. Although it is almost right, we still need to wait for more accurate information, otherwise it will be misleading. Tang San shook his head. Suddenly, he recalled his previous uneasiness. Was it caused by Kaing? No, there is another reason. Tang San shook his head again in his heart and denied his thoughts. This seemingly short minute still requires certain skills, otherwise it may not be possible. At this time, as a battle was over, everyone also planned to leave and go back to rest. Because the battle will continue tomorrow. Starting from tomorrow, every day in the future, more than 20 teams will almost fight each other. The latest novels will be released on the 69th book bar. Every day, there will be more than 10 battles. After a month, there will be more than 30 battles, and they will be fighting continuously. Wrong. Before the group walked out of the door of the big fighting spirit arena, they saw Ning Fengzi standing outside with a breeze and elegance. Dad? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she rushed over. It's over, how do you feel? Uranium threw a towel at Kaiying and said lightly. The other 6 auxiliary spirit masters couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after returning to the backstage. They sat down on the sofa and wiped their sweat with their handkerchiefs. The spirit master's momentum was so scary before. I thought he was going to attack me. Shi Lingling said to the other girls with a look of fear. Yes, that spirit master just flew over. I almost thought he was going to hit me, but he just passed by and fell under the stage. Mi Kuang responded. You said one thing, I said another, and it was so lively. I feel very stressed. That, Captain, thank you. Kaiying took the towel, wiped the cold sweat on his head, and then bowed to Uranium because of what happened just now. When lust gets high, you naturally can't control yourself. Let's not do the analysis. Let's go back and relax. It's still early. Just think of it as a holiday for you. Looking at the lively scene of the girls, Uranium smiled and said loudly. Hey, is this really okay? Ying tilted her head and asked in confusion. Great. The captain is the best. Suddenly, Ying's left hand was lifted up by Yaddle and held high in the air. The girls smiled and raised their hands to cheer. There is one more chapter. Chapter 260 Zhu King's meeting. Laughing and clapping his hands, Yu turned his gaze to the crowd. Let's go, everyone, you performed well today. Although the opponent was a little weak, your performance was undoubtedly very good. To celebrate our opening victory, I will invite everyone to Dou Hotel for a good meal. I hope everyone's performance in the future will be as good as today. Yet, the captain is generous. Hearing that Yu was going to invite everyone to Dou Hotel, the most upscale hotel in Dou Imperial City, for a meal, everyone cheered. The consumption level of Dou Hotel is quite high, and people who don't have some spare money can't afford to go to such a place. Among the people present, apart from Yu, only Yada, a little rich woman, has enough financial strength to go to such a place frequently. Others, even Ying and Misora, rarely have the opportunity to go to Dou Hotel. After all, although they are descendants of nobles, they are not very wealthy people. Kaiying was born a commoner, and he didn't have much savings when it came to money. Not to mention Zhu Xiuqing, she managed Yu's wallet and was more frugal than anyone else. So when they heard that Uranium was going to treat them to a meal at Dou Hotel, they were naturally very happy. Then let's go. Looking at the cheering faces of the crowd, Uranium smiled and said, Yes, Captain. Everyone's voices rang out. Under the leadership of Uranium, everyone left the field directly. The exhibition match was over, so there was no need to stay. Only one competition area was open today, and the first round of preliminaries could not be completed at all. At least 4 competition areas would be open tomorrow before the first game could be completed. As for the second round of preliminaries, it should be the day after tomorrow. So Uranium naturally took everyone to eat and drink boldly. As for watching the game and collecting intelligence, there is no such thing, there is no need for this. There is no way you can be so willful if you have the strength. After celebrating with everyone else returned to the academy, and Uranium took Zhu Xiuqing to another place. Because someone had made an appointment with him for a long time. The next day, in Tingaiyu Pavilion, Uranium took a sip of tea and looked at the handsome man opposite with a calm look in his eyes. Yuan, I want to meet you, but it's really difficult. The closed-door training lasts for half a year. Zhu King said to Yu with helplessness. He originally planned to go directly to the academy to find someone, but he didn't expect that every time Yuan was not there, or he couldn't find the place during the secret training. Every time he ran around the vicinity of Dou City, and called it speed training and agility training. Brother Zhu, I was training at that time. I'm really sorry. Then you came to me so formally. Is there something important? Yu shook his head, breaking the original calm, and took another sip of tea with some embarrassment. Although he was very embarrassed, he was indeed avoiding Zhu King. Because he didn't know when, he always felt that Zhu King's attitude towards him was weird. There was an indescribable, creepy feeling of staring, but it didn't feel like it. Usually he could feel appreciation and admiration, but this was the first time he was treated as a property. Could it be that Jinringsu fell in love with me? No way. Did she say she liked Tang San? Yu thought to himself at the time. Later, In order to prevent Jinriksu from affecting Zhu Xiuqing, you deliberately stayed away from Xiuqing, but he didn't expect that this kind of thing would be even worse. She came to see him almost every 10 or 5 days. Now, he really couldn't hide anymore. Sighing, Xiuqing said faintly, I do have something to do. After the Soul Master competition, with your strength, you will definitely be able to reach the top of the Spirit Hall finals. If the Spirit Hall comes to recruit you, no matter what kind of gift, I will double it. Saying this means that she is really serious. Because in this Soul Master competition, with Yu's strength, she will definitely be famous all over the world. Naturally, the one from the Spirit Hall, her mother, Bibi Dong, will also set her sights on you. Although she believes that you will not betray her trust so easily, the worst thing a person can do is to test a person's loyalty. Moreover, although Bibi Dong is her mother, Jinriksu knows that if she didn't really hate herself, she wouldn't give up her identity as the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall and run to the Shandao Empire to play the cat for Prince Drama. Bibi Dong is Bibi Dong. Jinriksu is Jinriksu. She is very afraid that Bibi Dong will steal her, so until now, she can't help it. Now she must stand up and give Uran a shot of prevention, otherwise when Uran runs away with Bibi Dong, it will be really a cry without tears. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. If it's just this kind of thing, then you can rest assured. Uran nodded. Although Jinriksu's deep gaze just now made him a little numb, he had promised her something before, at least before Jinriksu didn't commit suicide, he would not give up first. As for the specific things that are suicidal, for example, knowing that he is from the Uchiha family, for example, knowing that his martial spirit is the Sharingan. If such a thing really happened, then Uranium would not be dazzled by Jinriksu's beauty. He would either kill her decisively or use his current strength to erase Jinriksu's memory before she reached her peak. After all, he already has Zhu Xiuqing, so it is naturally impossible for him to accept another girl, even if she is the most beautiful in the world. It has nothing to do with him. The reason why humans like to have a harem is because of greed, because the information engraved in the DNA genetic information is reproduction. For men, the more women there are, the deeper they are dominated by instinct. A man dominated by his lower body only has reproduction and sex in his mind. This is what Uranium wants to surpass. He wants to surpass his instinct. He wants to be his true self. Naturally, whenever he thinks of collecting beautiful women in his mind, he will have an inexplicable disgust. However, this is just Uranium's understanding of himself, because as a human being, wanting to resist his own DNA is a fantasy in itself, but the strange thing is that he seems to be able to be sure that in his heart, there is only that cold cat. Really? That couldn't be better. By the way, Uranium, you will graduate after the Soul Master competition. Where are you going? If you ask me, why don't you come and help me? It's really a headache for me to deal with government affairs. Haha, my father actually gave me so many government affairs in advance, so that I don't have time to drink tea with Ting Yuxun. Xiuqing smiled and gently raised his white wrist to toast Uranium. If you ask me, don't use the toast for drinking to toast tea, brother Zhu, haha. Seeing Xiuqing's look, Uranium was immediately amused. Actually, I already have my own plan. I plan to travel around the continent and experience the customs and practices of various places in the Shandao Empire. However, before I leave, I can stay in Shandao City for a while. Alice, we agreed that you would take me to the palace to have a look. As the conversation became more in-depth, Uranium also noticed that Jinriksu was not so crazy about him. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. So he didn't hesitate about the following things. Since there was no danger, it was good. Thinking of this, Uranium suddenly felt relieved. Being handsome is really a sin. 10,000 words, 5 chapters, it's over. It's 5 o'clock now. Go to bed. Chapter 261 Second Round. 2 days had passed since the start of the competition, and all the Spirit Academies had completed the first round of preliminaries. Due to the strange lineup of Kaing's strong 1-on-7, all the Academy teams that had watched the game were concerned about the Shandao Royal Academy Team 2. Analyze the reason why Kaing played, analyze the man and woman who have not played yet, and analyze some of the auxiliary spirit masters of the Royal Dao Team 2 who don't even use spirit skills. This is the first time they have seen such a lineup. There are no agile attack systems, no control systems, no food systems, no defense systems, only auxiliary systems and a strong attack system. It is simply unheard of. However, all the outsiders' analysis of the Royal Dou Team 2 lineup was not taken to heart. After talking about some interesting things with Zuking, he directly found a hillside and basked in the warm sun for an afternoon. No matter what others think, it is useless. With Kaing's ability, level 30 was once unmatched. At level 40, Zhu's Huking could fight 7 alone. For example, the Xiangjia Sect team in the Soul Master competition, or the 4 Elemental Academy teams, there was no need for Uranium to go on the field in advance, unless there were any variables. For example, some mutant martial spirits appeared because of the butterfly effect. He only needed to go on the field in some key matches, otherwise it would be boring to do everything by himself. Soon, it was the second round of the preliminaries. Uranium led the Royal Fighting Team 2 to the Great Soul Fighting Arena again. This time, because of the previous victory over Perslinton Academy, there were no secretly mocking eyes. At first, I thought that the Royal Fighting Team 2 was full of useless aristocratic garbage. I didn't expect this class to be so terrifying. In my opinion, those who can come up with the idea of 6 auxiliary soul masters must be extremely confident in their own strength. Oh, it's a headache. Ho Washuang looked at the Royal Fighting Team 2 and couldn't help but say to his sister Ho Wu, "Are all the Royal Fighting Team 2 monsters this time? I'll go get the information of the opponents in this qualifying match. You stay here and don't move." Uranium felt the observation of the eyes falling on him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Because the previous exhibition match was an opening review, there was no need to test the soul power and the lineup of all the players. At present, every student must undergo a martial soul and soul power test when he goes on stage to prevent any substitution. See if it is consistent with the information you registered. Therefore, every time there is a match, the information of both sides will be sent to each team in advance. As the captain, all of Uranium's information is naturally collected by the competition party. However, fortunately, Uranium has already established a good relationship with Zuking. In the eyes of others, they are all the people of Prince Zuking, and Bibi Dong, the highest leader of the Wuhan Hall, naturally knows everything and will not attack him, a 16-year-old Soul King. Because after half a year, he has been promoted from level 57 to level 59. This is because he deliberately controlled the speed of soul power cultivation. Otherwise, he could have found the 6th soul ring to attach. Of course, this is also related to Uranium's attempt to condense the soul core that only Douluo has. But he didn't succeed, and he didn't even get started. He really had no idea. Soon, Uranium got the information of the opponents in the second round from the competition. This is the information of the opponent. You can take a look. Uranium returned to the team, picked up the booklet in his hand and waved it. Zhu's Huking walked over slowly, first glanced at the opponent's soul power level, and then handed it to Kaing and others who were waiting eagerly. Kaing will still be on this time. It's okay, after all, it's a weak team. Returning to his seat, Uranium glanced at Kaing who was flipping through the information and said casually, "I'm fine." When he saw that the opponent had no level 40 opponent, Kaing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then responded with full fighting spirit. "Don't be careless, others have already known this 1 to 6 lineup, don't let them get hurt." As if she felt that Kaing was a little arrogant now, Zhu's Huking casually rolled up her hair and said softly. She knew very well that Uranium was very lazy about this kind of thing, so it would be better to say it herself, otherwise he would not say a word of warning. "Yes." Kaing nodded and said carefully. "And you, if you see something is not right, jump off the stage immediately or tell the referee that you have no fighting ability and ask to leave the stage. Just leave the fighting scene to Kaing and protect yourself." The black-haired beauty changed direction at this time and warned the 6 waiting auxiliary soul masters. Although she didn't like the nobles of the Xiandao Empire, they had trained together for half a year anyway, so they still had some feelings. Understood. As the only 2 soul masters among the auxiliary soul masters, Ying's sweet and soft voice sounded slowly. "Since you know, I'll wait for your good news." Turning his head slightly, after seeing that there was no one behind him, he put down the chair, took out a white hat that he didn't know where he got from, covered his face, closed his eyes and took a nap. Anyway, the ending can be seen by looking at the list, so there is no need to concentrate on analyzing the opponent's lineup, and if the intensity of his training is used as a standard, Kaing will not lose. Originally, he was somewhat concerned about the opinions of the people around him, such as the Kamikaze Academy, the Thunder Academy, and the Shinshu Academy. However, After seeing that the pure Sealington Academy was easily defeated by Kyang, Uranium suddenly came to his senses. His strength was already completely different from that of the seeded players of these academies, a world of difference. Why should he still look at these seedlings from the perspective of his opponents? Moreover, the family had not figured out where it was, and the blood defect always existed. He did not want to go around the world with a single name of Uranium. He was Uchiha Uranium, not Uranium. The latest novel will be first published on the 69th book bar. Half an hour later. Okay, I think it's about time now, we can enter first. Looking at the crowd, Uranium said in a condensed voice. Yes, Captain. Everyone replied. Well, then let's get ready to go. Uranium said lightly. Led by Uranium, the group walked into the competition venue. Accompanied by deafening cheers, when Uranium and others arrived, the people of Zilling Academy had already arrived. Looking at the people of Star Dou Royal Academy Team 2 entering the field, the eyes of the Zilling Academy team were a little unfriendly. Although the first round of the game was shocking, one person defeated a team. But in terms of overall strength, in the minds of many people, the team of 7 is still stronger. Moreover, they also have a strategy to defeat this Star Dou Royal Academy Team 2. The second round of the preliminaries, the second game of Division A will start now. Please invite both players to play. The referee's voice sounded on the ring. Uranium stood in the waiting area, found a seat to sit down casually, and said to Kyang with a serious face, Kyang, win beautifully. Yet, Kyang didn't even turn his head, and after responding, he immediately went to the fighting spirit stage. On the ring, the two sides confronted each other, sparking sparks. Tonight is the day for 10,000. By the way, don't worry that I will write round after round according to the original work. I won't touch such a poisonous point. It's meaningless. After all, just introducing the opponents, psychological descriptions, fighting, and other messes, I estimate that even if I write 100 chapters like this, I won't be able to reach the finals. It's too disgusting. Chapter 262 Ineffective Tactics. To be honest, I'm still very surprised that the second team of Star Dou Royal Academy is such an opponent. It's unimaginable that a golden phoenix can emerge from a noble family. A black-haired man who led the Purple Dragon Academy looked at Kyang stepping forward step by step, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. However, it's bad luck for you to meet us. Although it's a preliminaries, we can't eliminate you directly, but it's a good start to eat some of your points in advance and make you miss the promotion match. Tong Hu finished speaking, and couldn't help but sigh at his good luck. Yesterday, he studied how to crack the lineup of the second team of Royal Dou, and today he met the real person. Moreover, the person who came on the field was actually the original person. This is a Soul Master competition. He is not even a Soul Master. Isn't he looking for abuse? Fortunately, if he met another team, their strongest substitute, the 42nd level Soul Master Kang Yi, would be on the field, and when he came on the field, he would definitely not be able to attract so much attention like now. Thanks to Star Dou Royal Academy, finally, my road to fame is here, starting from stepping on his kneeling body. The thought was only a moment. Tong Hu quickly came back to his senses, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chirp, I'll take you first. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded on the Fighting Soul stage. Tong Hu stopped talking in astonishment, his face gradually became ferocious. Okay, then it depends on whether you have the ability. A mere 33rd level Soul Master, do you think you can beat my 36th level Soul Master? Second brother, he is so stubborn, let's control him later, and we will directly use soul skills to greet those auxiliary Soul Masters? After all, soul skills have no eyes, and it is completely reasonable for his clothes to be torn. Let him see what his teammates are like. If they go against us, if it weren't for the Soul Master competition, it would be a light punishment to destroy their meridians. Just when Tong Hu was speaking harshly, a hearty voice suddenly sounded behind his camp. Kyang's eyes instantly became cold. Looking up, Kyang saw a rather strong young man with an upright face and a tall stature, like a sunny and athletic young man. It was hard to imagine that the sinister voice just now came from his mouth. What a good idea, let's do as you say. Looking at the 6 beautiful women behind Kyang, Tong Hu, who was standing in the front, smiled sinisterly. Attention, the opponent, please do not do anything that will disgrace the reputation of the academy. Suddenly, the cold voice of the referee sounded between the two of them, directly pouring ice water on Zilling Academy. conspiring loudly, thinking he couldn't hear? What kind of rubbish academy is this Zilling Academy? There are actually such students, which is simply embarrassing. Both teams, get ready, the game begins. Just as Kaiyang and Tonghu were confronting each other, the referee's voice sounded immediately. As soon as the referee's voice fell, both sides immediately released their martial spirits at the same time. The yellow 100-year spirit ring and the purple 1000-year spirit ring flashed with dazzling light. At this time, at least 30 or 40 spirit rings appeared on the ring at the same time, which really dazzled the audience's eyes. As expected, after both sides opened their soul rings, the atmosphere in the entire audience suddenly became heated. No Soul Master, 7 Soul Lords. Looking at the number of Soul Lords on the opposite side of the Purple Dragon Academy, Zhu's Huking couldn't help but whisper. However, the preliminaries are definitely not a team's true strength, that is to say, there are still 1 to 3 Soul Masters who have not appeared. And the players are reasonably matched, with none of the strong attack, agile attack, auxiliary, and control systems left. Although there is no Soul Master, for ordinary college teams, this is already a top configuration. But even so, the victory is still on their side, which is Zhu Yuking's confidence in his team. According to the captain, you should pay attention to safety. Yadair, you don't need to keep your soul skills. I can't wait to tear their mouths apart. Kaiyang said to the auxiliary soul masters behind him while paying attention to the movements of several people from the Purple Dragon Academy. Okay. Listening to Kaiyang's words, everyone nodded at the same time. Let's begin. As soon as Kaiyang finished speaking, he stepped hard on the reinforced ring, and tiny cracks appeared on it. With the help of this force, Kaiyang rushed out. At the same time, a shield the size of a wash basin suddenly appeared in front of Kaiyang, incense burner shield, blazing fighting spirit, burning power. With Yande's light shout, Kaiyang's speed suddenly went up a level. Then, green grass that looked like blue-silver grass but completely different in style suddenly grew out of his own field. In an instant, a fragrance spread throughout the battlefield. Don't underestimate me. Looking at Kaiyang rushing over, Tonghu's face was ferocious, and the bear claws containing blazing power directly grabbed Kaiyang. You don't know what you can do. Kaiyang's eyes flashed with disdain, and he decisively ignored the bear claws and activated his third soul skill, the shadow step. In an instant, Kaiyang's figure became ethereal. The restraining chains that controlled the soul masters, Tonghu's claws, or the flying leaf blades and rotating blade arrays of another attacking soul master all fell on Kaiyang. Humph, I knew you would do this. Everyone, focus on the auxiliary soul master. Without the auxiliary soul master to enhance him, he is a waste. Without any mercy, Tonghu roared fiercely, and a substantial flame shot up from the giant flame bearer behind him, scattered like starlight, and sprinkled on his teammates. It was as if each person was attached with a layer of flame light, like 4 balls of fire passing over the ethereal Kaiyang and rushing towards the 6 auxiliary soul masters. Their tactics had been decided long ago. First, use words to stimulate Kaiyang, and then throw all the attacks on Kaiyang, forcing him to use the third soul skill. Then, everyone will quickly and neatly solve the auxiliary soul master under the enhancement of the captain's flame roar. Although it is simple, it is very practical. Without the auxiliary soul master, Kaiyang is just an ordinary soul master of level 33. 4 people rushed towards the auxiliary spirit master. Seeing this situation, Kaiyang smiled slightly, not caring that his shadow passed through the group of spirit masters. As if changing the tactics, he also made the same action, but his action was far less swift than before, only the speed of a normal spirit master. But no one noticed that Kaiyang was wrong. Isn't this looking for death? Even if the 3 control and auxiliary spirit masters with no combat power are solved, it will still be 4 to 1. Looking at Kaiyang's actions in the field, the people from various academies who were watching the game couldn't help but be shocked, and couldn't help sweating for Kaiyang. 1 against 4, how can you win? Huh? You don't even turn back, it seems you are really crazy. The corners of Tonghu's mouth, who was leading the front, gradually became ferocious, with his bear claws raised high, waiting to slap these Kaiyang's female players in the next second. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. But the next moment, the female soul masters standing in the corner suddenly made a simple move, which made the 4 people rushing forward stop in surprise. They jumped to the back. Simple, but effective. Bang! The 6 girls landed easily without any damage. Even if the 3 control and auxiliary systems with no combat power were knocked down, it didn't matter, there were 4 of them. Tonghu saw that the 6 girls jumped so decisively, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Humph, so decisive, it seems that they have discussed it. Now we can deal with that Kying. I really don't know who gave him the courage. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from behind him. Captain, hide. The next moment, a feeling of being stared at by an evil spirit, like a centipede, suddenly drilled into Tonghu's clothes, along the back, and crawled all the way to the top of his head. Creepy. At some point, Kying appeared behind these 4 people. Chapter 263 The Devil's Means. Kying appeared behind them like a ghost. Silently, like a ghost in the dark night that chooses people to devour. Fuck you. Tonghu suddenly felt his heart tremble, but then he was furious. Strange anger. First soul skill, angry bear slap. Third soul skill, violent. In an instant, Tonghu's body grew 3 times larger, and his huge bear paw brought gusts of wind and slapped Kying's head. Mercilessly. But the next moment, he was stunned. The huge power of the 2 soul skills was blocked by Kying holding the sickle with one hand and using the back of the sickle. Even this power did not cause Kying to deviate a bit. It was not until then that the 3 soul masters next to Tonghu reacted, and they all shone brightly, and their soul rings lit up one by one, and then they suddenly attacked in the direction of Kying. Suddenly, Tonghu thought of something, and his face turned pale. Wait. He suddenly remembered. This is the corner. He remembered clearly that he would lose if he stepped down. But Kying's next move made him stunned again, because the wonderful operation that Kying expected to use his soul skills to push them down was not shown. What Kying did was that his second soul ring lit up instantly, and a series of ferocious armors attached to his body, and half of his body was protected by obsidian armor. It was completely different from the usual shoulder. Even Kying's exposed neck was half covered, revealing a blood-red evil eye. Forget it, let Lost have some fun this time. Since these people are foul-mouthed, they must have the courage to bear the consequences, otherwise there is no such good free thing. If you say it out, you won't take responsibility. Uranium sat in the audience and watched Kying's temperament change instantly, and immediately took out a look of watching the fun. Thinking back, if it wasn't confirmed that Lost was just a martial soul, he would have destroyed Kying humanely long ago, so as to prevent Lost from taking his body in the future, and then the situation of the people of Douluo Continent being charred would happen. As his strength improved, he understood more and more what was powerful. The sharp sword blade of the agile attacking spirit master arrived in an instant. Then, Tonghu's powerful bear claws also slapped down angrily. However, Kying just stood there, and the blood in his eyes became more and more intense. Ding ding dang dang, the sound of the crisp spirit skills falling on the obsidian armor resounded throughout the venue. Tonghu looked at it with disbelief. His indestructible bear paws slapped on the armor, and there was such a crisp sound. Aftershock. As if seeing that the other side of Kying's face was not protected by armor, a defensive spirit master suddenly smiled sinisterly, and suddenly put his hands together. A soul power vibration accompanied by a strange soul power flow gathered in front of his palms along his hands, and then, he brazenly pressed it towards Kying's face. If pressed, it would be either death or injury. Even if the soul power entered the brain, even the gods could not save it. But the next moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the big hand of the defensive spirit master Xuanzhan, like a pair of pliers, and instantly made Xuanzhan's cheeks sweat. What a terrifying power! Insidious attacks will only bring brutal destruction. Suddenly, a deep and hoarse voice came from Kying's armor that resisted all the attacks of soul skills. And Kying's slightly lowered head made it even harder to see the other half of his cheek, whether his lips moved or not. As if feeling Kying's vice-like palm tightening, the captured defense-type soul master Xuanzhan's face turned pale in an instant. The sound of bone groaning that made people's teeth ache came from his wrist. Asshole, let him go. Tonghu saw that it was not good, and with a roar, he suddenly exerted force with his right leg, and a powerful and heavy crotch-lifting kick went straight to Kying's crotch. But Kying was faster. No one even saw how he raised his leg, and when Tonghu noticed it, it was too late. In the eyes of all the audience, that was a speed that could not be reacted to, but with a dynamic vision of uranium, he saw it clearly. Tonghu swung back to accumulate power. Kying gently raised his leg. Tonghu kicked. Kying stomped heavily. Snap, a crisp snapping sound was heard. A horrifying scream suddenly came from Tonghu's mouth. Then, there was another crisp snapping sound. The wrist of the defense-type Soul Master was horrified and bent outward at 90 degrees. With another scream, Kaing's increasingly dark devil side that was raised at some point, like the sickle of the god of death, slowly cutting towards the other two agile attack-type Soul Masters. However, this slowness was only a visual effect. Just like a pool of cold black light gently passed by, Kaing's figure became more and more illusory, and the black light that was almost the same as the dark devil side accompanied Kaing on both sides, like a deadly ghost in the shadow. It was also like a poppy flower that slowly and quickly bloomed with the most illusory colors. Cold and tyrannical, two completely different temperaments. At this speed, it was no longer possible for the Soul Master to react. Even the teacher who was watching the game couldn't help but wipe his eyes, always feeling that he had just seen it wrong, or that he saw an afterimage instead of a real entity. Kaing felt so good for the first time. In this strange perception, strange steps, and strange state, he seemed to be completely transparent, without a single flaw. This kind of pleasure was even better than the moment of self-exploitation in the lonely late night. Kaing did not hold back. For such a vicious person, the more merciful he was, the more troubled he would be. When the remaining two agile attack-type Soul Masters just realized something was wrong through instinct and were about to use their soul skills, they suddenly felt a strong sense of disobedience. Something was wrong. Kaing began to slowly retreat. His steps were illusory, as if he had teleported left and right. With a dazzling and amazing sense of oppression, he walked towards the last three controlled-type Soul Masters and auxiliary-type Soul Masters. Damn bastard! How dare you be so reckless? Before he could finish this sentence of disregard, Zhang Chunhua, a sensitive attacker, suddenly saw the hand of another companion. He was stunned. When did it start? His hand, how come, was like a grid. The flesh was about to fall off. He turned his neck slightly stiffly and looked at his body. In an instant, his eyes shrank suddenly. The next moment, the sense of touch that was temporarily closed due to the severe pain suddenly returned. The latest novels are published on the 69th book bar. Two screams rang out again in the field. Even not inferior to Tonghua, who fell to the ground and covered his calf. Their bodies were already pineapple. On their wounds, there was still the soul power left by Kaing, like a knife cutting, wantonly in their bodies. This kind of pain was consciously blocked by the body at the moment it occurred, just like adrenaline. But as time went by, under the outbreak of this pain, these two agile attack spirit masters, especially Zhang Chunhua, who said he wanted to tear the clothes of the female spirit master, became the top priority for Kaing to take care of. Because he not only left his own breath, but also put some accessories. That was Lost's murderous aura. Soon, the two agile attack spirit masters fainted from the pain. The remaining three spirit masters could no longer make any waves. Because they did not say any swear words, Kaing did not use heavy hands when he planned to deal with them. Stop. We admit defeat. Seeing that the situation was not good, the leader of the Purple Dragon Academy hurriedly threw out the white towel and ran onto the stage quickly to stop Kaing from fighting. The referee was stunned by Kaing's strange turning footwork before, and the following brutal crushing, let alone the competition between colleges. Even the group fighting spirits in the big fighting arena rarely saw such a tragic scene. Oh my god, is this really a student? Referee, I want to complain. They are not playing a game, but killing people. They violated the rules of the game. I want them to lose. Seeing his players bleeding and broken, the teacher of Zilling Academy shouted at the referee angrily. The referee had fully come to his senses at this time, and his stern eyes immediately turned to Kaing, who had returned to normal in the field. In response to this, Kaing immediately raised the question he encountered. Excuse me, referee, when a strong attacking spirit master is attacked by four spirit masters, should he retain his powerful strength and restrain his hands and feet to avoid causing harm to other spirit masters? Just now, I encountered a crotch kick and a spirit skill hitting my head. If I made a mistake, would I have been lying on the fighting spirit field and ready for the coffin? And you, referee, will you judge them as losers because of what happened to me? They lost a victory, and I lost a life. If I died accidentally, would you hastily conclude that I won because the leader of the opposite team said that the spirit skills are blind? They have more people to begin with. There are 7 of them and I am alone. There are more than 20 spirit skills thrown at me. If I don't fight with all my strength, then do I deserve to die? The referee looked at this side and then looked at that side. For a moment, he didn't know how to decide. That's right, with more people fighting fewer people, can the one with fewer people be restrained? However, if he made a judgment on a player who was so seriously injured, wouldn't people think he was too hasty to make a decision based on a few sincere words from the student? At this time, 2 more referees came up, and the 3 of them lowered their heads to discuss for a while. The referee on the stage just announced loudly, the 7th game of the 2nd round of the preliminaries, Star Dou Royal Academy won. Boom, a huge discussion broke out in the audience. There were doubts, praises, and more shock. The second team of Star Dou Royal Academy actually acted so cruelly, but more people were amazed at Kaing's powerful strength, instant burst, and strange body movements. What a great young man. It's a pity that he is only a level 33 Soul Master at the age of 20. If he is a genius, he might be level 40. This is what the audience who know the goods think. Indeed, a level 33 Soul Master at the age of 20 is really not good. For example, Daimyo Bei, who was 15 years old, was already level 37. How is it, Kaing? That Kane's shadow skills were pretty good, right? Along with the noise in the field, Lost's devilish voice also sounded. Shadow and Darken, 2 completely different powers, this feeling, very good, very good. Kaing did not directly answer Lost's words, but looked down at his hands, carefully recalling his previous experience, and murmured. This chapter is 3K, and there are updates during the day. Because of the reversal of day and night, the update time is not normal. I have adjusted it in the past few days and changed it to daytime updates. Kaing is the original male second, so there are some more descriptions. At least I have seen that it has exceeded the original Shrek. By the way, the appearance of the characters of the Shrek 7 Devils is nearing the end. If you want to see it in the future, you probably won't be able to see it. The latter part is a purely original plot. I plan to write about 1.5 to 2 million words for this book. At present, it is only more than 600,000. It is estimated that it will take a year to write, so it will not collapse. I will write it all out. Everyone can rest assured to subscribe. The character card requires a 200 portrait, and it seems that I need to study my computer a little before I can make it. I had wanted to do it a long time ago, but this has stumped me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Epilogue. Originally, as a formal competition, the 2 teams should salute each other after the game to show respect. But after watching the bloody massacre that Kaing personally did to Ziling Academy, the referee silently signaled Kaing to leave the stage. The audience was completely boiling the moment the game ended. Another 1 against 7. At the beginning, only a few people shouted the name of Star Dou Royal Academy. It was like a fuse was lit, and more people shouted. When Kaing walked off the stage alone, the audience even forgot that there were still several games that had not ended. The entire stand had set off a wave of shouting for Star Dou Royal Academy. Although they also like to watch team games, what can be more exciting than one person fighting a group of people? The vast majority of the audience are not soul masters. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement. Kaing's battle against an entire team alone brought them the most dazzling game. Whether it was Kaing's relaxed and carefree illusory body movements at the beginning, or the obsidian armor that resisted all soul skills later, or the bloody and exciting ruthless crushing at the end, screams and cheers mixed together, all of which left a very deep impression on the audience. The huge difference in the number of people fighting on both sides made the audience see Star Dou Royal Academy as the weaker side right from the start, not to mention the 6 delicate and weak auxiliary soul masters, which made the audience dare not continue to watch their next encounter, fearing that something cruel would happen. Sympathy for the weak is the most common emotion for ordinary people. When Kaing finally defeated their opponents, in the eyes of the audience, this was a classic battle of the weak defeating the strong. It seems that we have received some new information. The only 2 auxiliary soul masters' soul skills are shield, speed increase, and soul power amplification. This is what they didn't show in the first battle. Tang-san sat in the audience area, watching Kaing walk off the competition stage easily and casually, with no signs of fatigue on his face, and his expression became more serious. And, Kaing really showed his hand. He can perfectly control the second soul skill, and he also has a very strange body movement that matches his third soul skill. His speed is so fast that even the purple demon eye is a little difficult to catch. If he is a soul master of the same level as me, then he is really a very scary opponent. Thinking of the fighting power Kaing showed before, Tang San couldn't help but feel a headache. This is still the weakest existence in the second team of Star Dou Royal Academy. There are still 2 monsters above that still have no signs of attacking. And according to his estimation, if there is no difficult team, I am afraid they will not have the idea of leaving, and Kaing will deal with it all. Thinking of the super monster Uranium, Tang San suddenly felt a bigger headache. Unless they use the 7-in-1 killer, which is not mature at all, otherwise they don't even have a martial soul fusion skill now. If they meet the second team of Star Dou Royal Academy, they will only lose the game, not win. As Tang San finished his analysis, a staff member came over. Shrek Academy? It's your turn. Please go to the waiting area and wait. After saying that, he went back outside and waited for the Shrek group to come out. Huh? Let's take care of the present first. The elephant armor sect is still very tricky. With a sigh of relief, Tang San looked at Yubei, who stood up slowly and began to stretch his muscles, and Diana, who looked excited. A helpless look was revealed in his eyes. Although the master suggested that they give up this game, Nana was full of fighting spirit and said confidently that she must fight. The name Nana does not mean that he and Diana are very close. The relationship between the two is at most similar to that with Ning Rongrong. Almost all people who are close to her can call her Nana. Because of the special nature of her martial soul, once the martial soul moon silver blade appears, the light moonlight will pour down from the air, and the moonlight will spread all over her body like a sharp blade, as if she was born with blade armor. This is why Tang San dared to fight. Diana never used her full strength during the competition. Even Dai Mubei, after activating his spirit, would have been covered with fine wounds after fighting her for 3 or 5 rounds. She was simply a human-shaped Lin-Chi generator, which made people fear her. I heard that the spirits of the elephant armor sect are all diamond mammoths, smelly and hard. It's time for me to show my skills. When I become famous, people outside will call me Her Highness Diana, Guhi. As the time to go on stage approached, Diana could not suppress her nature. Her thoughts flew and her mouth corners rose wildly. Seeing Nana destroy her goddess image like this, Tang San could not help but sigh. Soon, Shrek and his group went on stage and faced the Elephant Armor sect head-on. When the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy stepped onto the central competition stage, the entire competition stage was shaking with their steps. What stepped onto the competition stage did not look like 7 people at all, but 7 mountains. And under the audience, Uranium quickly saw the 14 people in this competition from the scene, and couldn't help but sigh. The progress of history is as unstoppable as a rolling wheel. Although my appearance has caused Shrek to lose the nether white tiger, the main line is the protagonist has not been shaken at all. No, that's not right. At least Xiao Wu won't die, and if I stand on Zhu King's side, Tang San can't get the vast sea universe cover, and naturally he doesn't have the heart of the sea god, and can't be integrated into the sea god heritage. In the final analysis, with such a variable as me, the future will become more and more confusing. Without the cheating journey to the sea god island, I'm afraid he won't survive if he clashes with Bibi Dong in the future. Thinking of this, Uranium suddenly smiled lightly. Forget it, the future is the future. It's useless for me to think about it now. Before I get the strongest power, I might as well think more about where the family coordinates are. Since I already know the existence of the divine power space, it must be related to the world of Douluo Continent. And this connection is where the soul beast that Xiaoxu once ate has seen me. First find the place where I appeared, and then speculate on other things. After all, the martial spirit knowledge related to Douluo that I learned in my family cannot be false. Obviously, the family must have inextricable real-time communication with Douluo Continent. Otherwise, if you teach me with such antique information from thousands of years ago, wouldn't it be purely misleading? And why can this blood defect of the family be inherited to this day? With the blood talent of Uchiha, even if it is like Naruto, there can be several geniuses like Madara, Itachi, Shisu, and Obito in more than 100 years. Why hasn't the family solved it for 1,000 years? Moreover, what are the 2 special mutant martial spirits that my father mentioned before? Uranium looked at Shrek and his group on the stage and the Elephant Armor Academy, who were all in full swing, and suddenly felt bored. He began to dig into the awkward details of his own family again. In the past, he felt that it was his destiny, and it was finally his turn to save the family. But as his strength grew, he understood more clearly that the Sharingan not only matched his mental power very well, but also had a very abnormal special energy called pupil power. It could not only catch tailed beasts and soul beasts, but also humans. If he wanted to control them, he could do it easily with his mental power of a titled Douluo. The latest novel was first published on 69 Shuba. Could it be that one mutant martial soul is the Samsara Eye and the other is the Rinnegan? The Samsara Eye is not impossible. Although there is no Ashura chakra here, everything is possible for the martial soul. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no situation where the defective genes of the aliens will be compensated. That's right, the Sharingan is, in the final analysis, just the degeneration of the Samsara Eye of the space colonist Otsutsuki. Even the Rinnegan is the same, but this kind of eye is extremely powerful, and the outer path Samsara Eye is born to be able to reverse life and death. What exactly is the family hiding? Titled Douluo has a very long lifespan. Why have they been closed for thousands of years? I haven't seen many elders. This place is not like the outside world where there are fighting and killing, and enemies are everywhere. Logically, the family should have more than 10 or 20 old worshippers and elders. Until now, except for my father, there are only 4, and they are all uncles of level 91 or 92. Where did Grandpa and the others go? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Uranium felt that his brain was not enough. This extremely strange situation was not considered until he obtained the 5th soul ring and understood the true power of the martial soul. Well, forget it, wait for Zyaksu to complete the transformation, and all of this will be revealed. I just hope everything goes well. And the little guy who is my blood relative, if you calculate his age, should be as old as I was when I left. I really want to see it. As his thoughts fell, the battle on the stage gradually came to an end. Uranium saw it clearly, and the focus of everything seemed to be on the tender girl with the same silver long hair as him. That look, like the moon goddess descending, attracted everyone's attention, and they couldn't take their eyes off her for a long time. It's getting more and more interesting. After watching the girl end Hu Yanli's last resistance with a stunning sprint and slash, and ending the battle, Uranium gently closed his eyes, tilted his chair, and murmured softly. That girl is very strong, very strong. She has the qualifications to challenge him for 3K. After this volume, he is ready to enter the next stage of the main storyline. Chapter 265 Zuzuking appears. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the 7th round of the preliminaries. Sharingan Royal Team 2 finally ushered in a decent opponent. You all know who our opponent is today, right? Looking at the people in front of him, Uranium said softly. Yes. Everyone nodded. The list of the 7th round of preliminaries has been announced. Their opponent is Thunder Academy, a pretty good academy. Among the 5 element academies, Thunder Academy's strength should be second only to Kamikaze Academy. It is considered to be quite strong. Thunder Academy's strength is not bad, and the number of combatants, spirit ring configuration, and lineup are much better than our 6 assistant system. The Soul Master on the opposite side is not something Kain can deal with. Zuzuking, this time, it's your turn. These element academies generally don't show their strengths, and they all have hidden strengths, but you can still see something. Thunder Academy is backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that it takes the path of pure attack. The 7 people from Kamikaze Academy are all flying martial spirits. Generally, they start with air combat, which is a very powerless style of play. Each elemental academy has different characteristics. That's fine with me, but in terms of combat personnel, am I the only main attacker? Zuzuking tilted her head and looked in the direction of Uranium with a calm face. Hearing this, Uranium was slightly stunned. That's right, if it is confirmed that there is only one main attacker, then Zuzuking will definitely reveal some of her methods. In the future, when it comes to the promotion match, someone will make a special tactic to target her, which will bring inconvenience in the future. Well, it's just you, there's no need to hide it, just show it to them openly. Without thinking too much, Uranium shook her head gently. It's nothing more than targeting her, which is a good opportunity for her to hone her skills. The strength of a soul master is not just soul power and soul skills and soul bones, but also combat experience, means to deal with the enemy, and so on. If you hide it deliberately for fear of being targeted by others, it is ultimately because you are not strong enough and have no confidence. But doesn't the current royal fighting team too have this confidence? Uranium dared to say that, as Soul Lords, no one could beat Zhu's Huking in a one-on-one duel, but a group battle would be a real test of her fighting sense, which was what Uranium wanted to see. The stronger she was, the happier he would be. Is that so? Okay, I'll pay attention. Seeing that Uranium had made up his mind, Zhu's Huking said nothing more and began to close her eyes in meditation, conserving her energy for the next battle. Now that the main attacker has been decided, Uranium turned to look at the other 6 auxiliary players. Although your soul ring ratio is the best, there are still problems in the matching of soul masters. The matching of 6 auxiliary soul masters is not very reasonable. It is okay to deal with ordinary teams, but I am afraid there will be some problems when dealing with Thunder Academy. But I still believe that you can win. The previous battles are child's play. Today's Thunder Academy is your real opponent and a real test of your combat effectiveness. I will still not take action in this battle. Everything depends on your own ability. But there is one thing you must remember. If you feel any danger, step down. The vice captain will solve everything. After speaking, Uranium looked at Zhu's Huking, who closed his eyes and rested, and walked towards the audience. A week has passed. The next battle will be more difficult. Now it is only the preliminaries. If it depends only on KIing, it will be difficult to continue the winning streak. Let Zhu's Huking stretch his muscles. Uranium thought to himself as he walked. It was obviously impossible for him to eliminate Shrek in the preliminaries, because losing the preliminaries would only mean a slight drop in the ranking. Only in the promotion match, when they were competing for the last qualifying spot, could they be guaranteed to miss the Spirit Hall. Moreover, from what he had seen when Shrek was fighting against the Elephant Armor Academy, Xiao Wu was very obedient. She had eaten the Acacia Heartbroken Red and entered the Soul Sect stage. She also perfectly concealed her aura and no longer had the trouble of aura leaking before reaching maturity. After the discussion, the lineup was slightly changed. Zhu's Huking replaced Kiang on the field, and the other 6 auxiliary soul masters continued to play normally. As time passed, Zhu's Huking suddenly opened her bright eyes. The girl slowly stood up and smiled at the other 6 girls, saying, "Let's go. This is our first game against the 5 elemental academies. At least, we have to show our momentum." As she said that, Zhu's Huking led Ying and the other 6 people from the passage to the ring. Uranium had already walked to the viewing platform to watch. At this time, as the 2 teams appeared again, the audience around them began to cheer soon, but it was obvious that the popularity of Thunder Academy was not low. The only special thing was that this time, when Shandao Royal Academy faced Thunder Academy, it seemed that there was a new face. Moreover, it was a super beauty whose appearance was even better than other women. VIP seats. This time, Brother Uranium was willing to send Zhu's Huking to play against the tricky Thunder Academy. Zhu King had been watching for a while and was a little sleepy. 14 games a day, not every game was so exciting. Before, whether it was Shrek Academy, Shandao Royal Academy, or the other 5 elemental academies, he watched them very seriously, and the games were also very exciting. But the excitement of the games of other teams naturally dropped sharply, so let alone Zhu King, the other people in the VIP seats even left early. And Emperor Zuya didn't watch anything except the games of the Royal Dao Team II, giving enough face to the Shandao Royal Academy, which was directly under the Shandao Empire. Emperor Zuya looked at the ring with a smile, and said to Ning Fengzi beside him, "Master Ning, it seems that this first game will be a sure thing." Ning Fengzi smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. How could he not understand what His Majesty was thinking? It was nothing more than showing the future elite players of the Shandao Empire. So in this regard, Ning Fengzi would only agree and smile, and would not do anything else. The latest novel is first published on Liu Jishuba. Emperor Zuyi also understood that the reputation of the original Shandao Royal Academy was not good. Although it had the best resources in the country, it did not have the strength to match it. In this Douluo Continent where strength is respected, weakness is the original sin. There are many great soul masters in their 20s. Although in other academies, this level can be regarded as an average person. After all, level 30 is the threshold for graduation from the academy. But what is the Shandao Royal Academy? The dean is the current Shandao Emperor, the teaching committee is all Soul Douluo, and there are many Soul Saint and Soul Emperor teachers. With such top teachers, it is really strange that they cannot cultivate top talents. However, it is precisely because he understands the nature of the aristocratic academy that Emperor Zhu Yi feels more and more that talents are precious. Although nobles can inherit titles and territories, when the Xingluo Empire attacks one day, only the strong can protect the royal family and the borders of the empire. Kaiying, Uranium, Zhu Zhuking and others all studied at the Shandao Royal Academy. They are born with a good family background, and Uranium is very close to the Crown Prince Zhuking, even wearing a waist badge. Therefore, this kind-faced emperor knows very well that the emperor's face does not mean the future. No matter whether the battle is good or not, at least the attitude must be clear. The empire is behind you. At the same time, Zhu Zhuking also saw people from the Thunder Academy. The leader is Yu Xiangxin, who, like Yu Xianheng before, comes from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Although he is a little older, his talent and strength are not much inferior. The soul power level is 45. So far, Uranium has not seen a team above level 50, and it is estimated that the Shandao Empire will not see it. In addition to Yu Xiangxin, there are 3 soul masters above level 40, all of whom are thunder attributes. Lei Tian, soul power level 43, martial soul thunder eagle. Lei Dong, soul power level 43, martial soul thunder spider. Lei Mie, soul power level 44, martial soul electric beast. The 3 behind are a level 39 lightning dagger, a level 38 purple thunder umbrella martial soul, a control system soul master, and a level 38 extreme electric rosary soul master, a control system soul master. The soul power level is very luxurious. Kaiying didn't play? What a pity. I am Yu Xiangxin, the captain of the Thunder team. I don't like to hit women. I don't know if you can just admit defeat? Otherwise, you will be beaten and cry, and your captain will say that our Thunder Academy is bullying. Yu Xiangxin, who was standing at the front, was suddenly startled when he saw Zhu Zhuking's appearance, but he still teased Zhu Zhuking. Although he knew that the appearance of Deputy Captain Zhu Zhuking meant that her strength must be above Kaiying, he also believed that his own strength and the strength of his partners would never lose to anyone. Anyway, she is just a female spirit master, so what if she said these pre-war sarcastic words? In order to know the martial spirit of Thunder Academy, I read the original book over and over again, and even went to watch the anime, flipping through it episode by episode. I couldn't find out what kind of martial spirit that Lei Mie was, so I might as well arrange an electric beast. Chapter 266 Pre-War Preparation. You don't really think you're strong, do you? No? When I was sparring with Yu Xianheng, I might suffer if I didn't use my full strength. But for you, I was already respectful of you if I used half of my strength. As his brother, how come there is such a big gap between the two of you? Zhu Zhuking suddenly recalled something funny about Yu Xiangxin's ridicule, and her lips couldn't help but slightly raised, but in front of Yu Xiangxin, it was a very mocking sneer. And her words were just right, so they could be heard by Yu Xiangxin on the opposite side and the audience around. The group of people in the Royal Fighting Team 1 who were watching the game in the audience, especially the leader Yu Xianheng, immediately showed an extremely embarrassed expression. Yes, she used her full strength, but all her attacks couldn't touch her at all, so how could she suffer a loss? Zhu Zhuking dragged him into the water in order to provoke the anger of her eldest brother. He was too wronged. Oslo, who was standing by, immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment, and whispered to Yu Feng beside him, "The captain is really amazing." It seems that the situation we saw before where Zhu Zhuking was being beaten was because the captain was letting Zhu Zhuking go. Otherwise, he would have defeated her in one go, which was too bullying. Yet, I think so too. Although the captain was almost beaten into pig's head, he still maintained the spirit of a gentleman. Alice, I misunderstood the captain before. I thought he really couldn't beat him at that time, but I didn't expect him to have such a golden spirit. Yu Feng nodded in agreement when he heard Oslo's words, and began to confess his previous misleading hypocritically. When talking about the captain, Yu Feng and Oslo couldn't sit still, and immediately began to chatter around this topic. But they didn't notice that Yu Xianheng's face was getting darker not far from them. After a long time, when both of them were somewhat satisfied, Yi Lingling, who was sitting behind them, suddenly spoke softly. "I want to remind you that at this distance, the captain can hear everything clearly." As soon as Yi Lingling finished speaking, Yu Xianheng's cold voice also sounded, "Don't stop, keep going." I've been beaten into a pig's head. What's next? Oslo and Yufeng were stunned and their faces turned pale. After seeing the captain Yuxianheng directly pinching the two people's necks, as if he was going to lift them up like rabbits, Yilingling couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, making a pleasant laugh like a silver bell. It seems that these two brothers have to practice more again. I remember that they haven't finished the last time and the time before that. She could have reminded them at the first time, but for some reason, Yilingling chose to wait until they finished speaking before hitting them. This was super interesting. On the stage, after hearing Zhu Zhuking, the deputy captain of the royal fighting team too, belittle himself and praise his younger brother, Yu Xiangxin's eyes flashed a chill. How shameless. Hearing Zhu Zhuking's words, Yu Xiangxin clenched his fists, and anger rose in his heart. He must teach Zhu Zhuking a lesson later to let her know what to say and what not to say. Although he, Yu Xiangxin, and Yu Xianheng are known as the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, he is older than Yu Xianheng, but his strength is slightly inferior. Although he is Yu Xianheng's cousin, what he wants to prove most is that he is stronger than Yu Xianheng and more qualified to inherit the family. Whether you are shameless or not, you will know after the competition. Looking at Yu Xiangxin, Zhu Zhuking's eyes are indifferent. Yu Xiangxin's level has been known from the list before, level 45, and she is also level 45. Although the opponent is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Spirit, the Top East Martial Spirit, but now her Yaoyu Spirit Cat, which has been supplemented by the Fairy Grass, will not be weaker than others. Both teams are ready. Just as Zhu Zhuking and Yu Xiangxin were confronting each other, the referee's voice sounded immediately. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the 7 people, led by Yu Xiangxin, instantly revealed their martial spirits. Purple-blue thunder flashed around the 7 of them, and waves of momentum that rushed straight into the sky spread out from Yu Xiangxin in the center. The audience who were a little closer seemed to feel a slight static electricity. For a moment, the 7 people from the Thunder Academy were ready to go, and the thunder was surging. Just standing there gave people an indescribable pressure. Thunder itself is the power of heaven. In addition to strong attack power and paralysis effect, the martial spirit of thunder attribute will also have a special might. Even for soul masters of the same level, there is a slight suppression. If it is one person, the suppression may not be obvious. But if it is 7 martial spirits of thunder attribute, a special momentum will be formed. This is also the reason why the Element Academy has to go the extreme flow. Every Element Academy, the 7 people on the field will have some special effects on the enemy more or less. However, the actions of the Shandao Royal Academy made people frown again. Except for Zhu Zhuking, all the others took a few steps back and scurried to the corner of the fighting arena, ready to jump down at any time. Is this deputy captain also on the same path as Kaiying? Seeing this scene, Yu Xiangxin raised his eyebrows slightly and thought to himself. Since he is on the same path as Kaiying, then the targeted tactics they have studied before should also be applicable to Zhu Zhuking, right? This kind of 6-man support is ultimately not up to par. As long as it is targeted, it will fall apart. This is the conclusion drawn by all the college instructors after seeing Kaiying's strength. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. They did not think that it was Kaiying's strength that led the whole team. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Kaiying is just a level 33 soul master. If he was level 39, they might pay more attention to him. Therefore, the eyes of all the college teams were on the vice captain and captain of the royal fighting team II. And Uranium and Zhu Zhuking also caught everyone's attention. What was surprising was that among the collected information, the soul power, martial soul, and origin of Captain Uranium were all unknown. The 3 unknowns immediately made most people frown deeply. It was not only because Uranium had few appearances, but more because Uranium was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. No one could force him to fight with his own soul skills. He was simply a mysterious existence. The same was true for Zhu Zhuking. The collected information showed that she and Uranium had always been in pairs in all places, whether it was a hotel, going out, practicing, or even living together. It was hard not to continue to associate something. And now, Zhu Zhuking appeared on the field to fight against Thunder College. For all the college teams watching the game, this was an opportunity. An opportunity to understand Zhu Zhuking's strength and guess Uranium's strength. The game begins. The referee's voice fell heavily. Then, he immediately jumped out of the center of the fighting spirit field. Chapter 267 A Ghostly Opponent. Lu Chen, according to what Teacher Lai said, the 6 auxiliary soul masters are now handed over to you. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Yunju, Lei Jiazhong, use your soul skills to assist me. Find a chance to freeze her, and we can win directly. Lei Mie, Lei Tian, Lei Dong, let's go together. Yu Xiangxin's solemn voice sounded. Okay. Listening to Yu Xiangxin's words, everyone nodded at the same time. Then let's start. As soon as Yu Xiangxin finished speaking, he stepped hard with his feet, and the reinforced arena was actually stepped out with fine cracks. With the help of this force, Yu Xiangxin's figure rushed out. With a low roar, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up from the center of Yu Xiangxin's eyebrows. Then, the blue light instantly spread and descended from his eyebrows to his whole body. Blue and purple electric shocks burst out like little snakes, wandering around his body. There was a blue lightning mark on his forehead. Unlike Yu Xianheng at the beginning, there were 2 places in his body that changed because of the possession of the martial spirit. What changed was his arms. The sleeves of his clothes burst and turned into ashes due to the expansion of his arms. The length of his arms increased by more than half a foot. Both arms were extremely thick and covered with blue-purple scales. The hands turned into claws, covered with the same scales. Every joint on his hands became extremely thick. The blue-purple snake electricity circling around him kept condensing or flowing on his arms. The 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, did not hover on the body like other soul masters, but hovered on the special arms. There were 2 soul rings on each side. Staring at the opponent, Zhu Zhuqing fully felt the pressure of a group of people rushing up. When she was sparring with Yu Xianheng, she had this discomfort. However, the second team of Shandao Royal Academy was not idle either. One by one, soul skills were applied to Zhu Zhuqing. Whether it was a short-term increase, or an auxiliary on the field, or an increase in resistance to certain attributes, these comprehensive and numerous auxiliary soul skills immediately made Zhu Zhuqing's cold and awe-inspiring temperament even better, like a burst of glow flashing on the surface of her skin, extremely beautiful. Ying, pay attention to the lightning dagger soul master named Lu Chen, he is coming for you. Yadair, give me the blazing incense burner, you all pay attention to safety. As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Zhuqing's figure suddenly blurred. As a spirit master of the agile attack system, her speed is naturally higher than that of the strong attack system soul master, but the decisive factor is still her evolved martial soul. She is no longer a martial soul of ordinary quality like the nether spirit cat. Instead, it is a nether moon spirit cat strengthened by the fairy grass moonlight Wang Chunlin. Although it was not a moonlit night, the change in the quality of the martial soul was an all-round increase. Even Yu Xiangxin, who was also a soul master, could not see Zhu Zhuqing's figure clearly. What happened? How could she suddenly disappear? When Yu Xiangxin, Lei Dong, Lei Tian and others looked around, suddenly, the audience's attention was attracted to the direction of the control system soul master Lei Jiazhong at the back of the fighting soul stage. At this time, there was a dead silence outside the venue. There were occasional inhalation sounds. It was not because of the quality of these audiences, but because of the scene that just appeared. Everyone felt like a hunter in the dark appeared behind them, and the creepy trembling feeling occupied their entire hearts for no reason. When everyone in the Thunder team was paying attention to the left, right in front, Zhu Zhuqing's figure slowly and quietly floated up from the shadow of the soul master Lei Jiazhong at the back. There was no sound, nor any killing intent. The soul master who pounced on the auxiliary soul master in front did not notice that Zhu Zhuqing's soft claws had been gently placed on Lei Jiazhong's neck. The cold touch immediately gave the black-haired young man in his 20s goosebumps. It was as if the heart was pinched by the god of death. He didn't even dare to breathe. What? Why are you behind me? With a slight tremor, Lei Jiazhong slowly turned his stiff neck, as if he wanted to take a look at whether it was Zhu Zhuqing or a ghost behind him, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck, and then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Zhu Zhuqing gently retracted her hand knife, and her face was calm as she bent down and grabbed the back collar of Lei Jiazhong's clothes. Her seemingly weak arm suddenly exerted force and threw his unconscious body out of the arena. But because she used clever force, even her soul power was attached to Lei Jiazhong's body. As he left the arena, the entire fighting soul arena, from his fall to the ground, did not make any sound. The entire process of appearing, knocking her unconscious, and throwing her out took no more than 3 seconds. All the Soul Masters or civilians watching the battle opened their mouths wide, staring at Zhu Zhuking's figure sinking into the shadows again, and appearing behind another controlled-type Soul Master Xiao Yunju, with sharp cat claws gently raised, flashing sharp cold light. No one spoke to remind the Thunder Academy, and no one exclaimed because of this terrifying fighting method. They all watched Zhu Zhuking's performance quietly. Although they didn't mean anything special, after seeing this weird fighting method, these audiences couldn't help but have some enlightenment in their hearts. This may be the most special battle in this all-continent Soul Master Elite competition. This is the beautiful bloom of the Shadow Assassin. You must not destroy this atmosphere by speaking rashly. This feeling. This kind of horror that is difficult to describe in words. It will be remembered in the deepest part of everyone's mind. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. What's going on? Where are Zhu Zhuking's people? Did they jump off the stage and admit defeat? Why hasn't the referee ruled as the winner yet? After they drove the 6 auxiliary spirit masters away, Yu Xiangxin once again looked around solemnly, frowned, and asked the referee. The referee, who was a spirit king, did not say anything about Yu Xiangxin's confusion, but just shook his head gently, indicating that the game should continue. Even the people are gone, what's the point of fighting? Hey, Zhu Zhuking, where are you? What are you hiding for? Looking around and seeing that there was no sign of Zhu Zhuking, Yu Xiangxin frowned even tighter, twisting his eyebrows into shape, and there was no pressure to pinch a group of flies to death. Huh? Wait, is there something wrong? Suddenly, Yu Xiangxin felt a sense of disobedience. Why do I feel like something is missing? Suddenly, Yu Xiangxin turned around, looking at the rear position where his team stayed. Just now, there were 2 controlled-type Soul Masters, Xiao Yunju and Lei Jiazhong, who were still there, ready to provide soul skills support, but now, they disappeared. There was nothing in the rear field. In an instant, Yu Xiangxin's back was covered with cold sweat. Recently, I have been adjusting my work and rest schedule. From typing until 5 o'clock to the normal 2 o'clock, it is currently 3:30. I will continue to push forward tomorrow. Here are 3 updates first. Chapter 268 Disappearing Without a Trace. At this moment, behind the Thunder team, Lei Jiazhong and Xiao Yunju, who were always ready to support Yu Xiangxin and others, disappeared in the space of a few breaths. It was as if they had never existed. There was no cry for help, no strange sound, everything was so quiet. Gudong. Even the brave Yu Xiangxin, looking at the horrifying scene in front of him, and seeing his teammates who were just talking and laughing suddenly disappear, couldn't help but swallow his saliva nervously. Yes, it was Zhu Zhuking who did it. Seeing the disappearance of the 2 controlled-type Soul Masters, Lei Tian's face turned pale instantly. He didn't see any attacks, but suddenly reduced the number of members of their Thunder team. It should be, let's go over and see what's going on. Yu Xiangxin showed excellent combat qualities the next moment. He knew that Zhu Zhuking definitely had some special soul skills, and must be near the place where Lei Jiazhong, Xiao Yunju and others disappeared. He hadn't gone far, and no one could be seen on the field. Maybe it was a soul skill like invisibility. After that, Yu Xiangxin waved his hand, signaling Lei Tian, Lei Dong, Lei Mie, and Lu Chen to follow him and slowly return to the direction of Lei Jiazhong to check for traces. Well, Captain, we have to be careful. If Zhu Zhuking uses the invisible soul skill, she will definitely take action, especially Lu Chen. You are the weakest here, be careful that she will pick on you. Deputy Captain Lei Dong said, and the Thunder Spider Martial Soul quietly bloomed with the power of thunder. Let me cover the venue with a thunder net first, so that even if she is invisible, it will be useless. As the most powerful controlled type Soul Master in the Thunder Academy team. Although his overall strength is slightly worse than that of the captain, his strength is also extremely strong. Martial Soul Possession. A cracking sound rang out from Lei Dong's body, and 8 lightning bolts surged from his back at the same time, forming a spider-like long leg. In addition to these 8 thunder spider legs, there was no obvious change in other parts of his body. The 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, showed his powerful strength. Lei Dong raised his hands from both sides of his body at the same time, and then pressed down, and the 3rd soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. The 8 long legs of lightning behind him pierced into the ground at the same time, and circles of blue lightning were released from his palms and directly injected into the ground. The blue color spreading rapidly around in a net-like form. The area covered by the bright blue light net expanded at an astonishing speed. In a flash, with the full input of Lei Dong's soul power, all corners behind the Thunder team were covered. However, even if the light of Thunder kept jumping, it still couldn't catch Zhu Huking's figure. Advance. As the captain, Yu Xiangxin said coldly and took the lead to walk forward. Lu Chen stood in the middle second, Lei Mie was behind on the right, and Lei Dong was fourth in order, and Lei Tian fell to the end. The 5 people were extremely scattered, surrounded, and slowly approached. However, even though the feet of these people were covered with lightning nets and the electric current was constantly flashing, Zhu Huking was still not affected by it. Silently, she floated up along the shadow of Lei Tian's feet at the end. Although she looked as cold as an iceberg, at this moment, after entering the combat state, Zhu Huking's eyes were unexpectedly indifferent, without any killing intent, and without any intention to attack. Even the soles of her feet floated in the shadow of Lei Tian, as if a spirit behind her, and her sharp cat claws slowly stretched out. However, Zhu Huking seemed to have thought of something, and immediately retracted the cat claws with barbs, turned her hands into knife shape, without any sound of breaking through the air. Behind Lei Tian, Zhu Huking raised her right hand high. Then, under the nervous gaze of all the audience, she chopped it diagonally. A fierce hand knife was made to the right side of Lei Tian's neck. As he kept approaching, Lei Tian's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. He always felt as if he had forgotten something. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. But the next moment, Lei Tian suddenly felt a pain in his neck, and he didn't even make any sound. In an instant, his eyes went black and he lost all consciousness. Although he was a level 43 Thunder Eagle Martial Spirit Soul Master, and his resistance to attack should be different from that of ordinary people, he was facing a sneak attack from the level 45 Soul Master Zhu Huking when he just remembered something and was not prepared. Not only was the soul power crushed, but even the quality of the martial soul was not at the same level. Not to mention that Zhu Huking also had the trunk bone amplification of the Dark Blood Thorncat, and a direct attack made Lei Tian faint. Zhu Huking was behind Lei Tian, so she would naturally not let him fall so easily. This was already the center of the fighting spirit arena. Once the people in front reacted, her sneak attack and killing tactics would have no first-hand advantage. The girl gently caught Lei Tian's body, and then did not make a move to throw his body out, but put Lei Tian in a posture, kneeling on his knees, kneeling on the ground, his hands casually placed on his sides, his head tilted back high, and fixed in place. Huh? Suddenly, Lei Dong felt that Lei Tian, who was at the end of the thunder net, did not move, and he looked back in confusion. But just by looking at it, Lei Dong's eyes suddenly became wooden. As Lei Tian, who came into his sight, made strange movements and looked like he was dying, Lei Dong's expression instantly became stiff. Not only his facial expressions, but even his legs, which were slowly moving forward, became abnormally cold, like rust, and he froze on the spot. Is this Lei Tian? As if he couldn't believe that Lei Tian, who was just talking and laughing, was now kneeling on the fighting spirit stage and his life or death was unknown, Lei Dong's lips moved slightly, and he took a few steps back in disbelief. His stiff steps and the sound that broke the peace on the fighting spirit stage also rang out. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. The next moment, Yu Xiangxin felt the strange fluctuations in the soul power of the thunder net, and immediately turned back and looked in the direction of Lei Dong. He saw Lei Dong almost staggering, and naturally, he also saw the kneeling figure that suddenly made him feel creepy. Creepy. Then, Lei Mie and Lu Chen turned back one after another, looking behind them with some confusion, but just by looking at it, they were all stunned. A minute ago, they were still walking side by side. How come Lei Tian was gone just a short while after leaving the field of vision? Hiss. Lei Tian. Lei Mie took a breath of cold air and felt goosebumps all over his body. As a soul master, he was not small. Moreover, he was experienced in fighting soul masters, but this scene made him feel more weird than the disappearance of Lei Jiazhong and Xiao Yunju. His scalp was about to explode. This was Lei Tian, who was not weaker than him, but even a toad could jump a few times before dying. How come Lei Tian couldn't even call out in such a short while and fell directly to the ground? Not even as good as a toad. Just when Yu Xiangxin, Lu Chen, Lei Dong and Lei Mie were all focused on Lei Tian who had fallen in the center of the fighting arena, Zhu Huking quietly stood up from behind Lei Mie. Before she started, she remembered Uranium's analysis of her tactics, Zhuking, there is a way of fighting called siege and attack, which means that when everyone's attention is focused on a certain object or person, naturally, his judgment of the surroundings will decrease. Your advantage lies in the super high mobility and super single player ability of the fourth soul skill and soul bone. Zhu Zhuking's thoughts were collected in an instant, and she looked at the back of Lei Mie's head. The fourth soul ring on Zhu Zhuking's body began to shine with a deep purple-black luster. Chapter 269 Zhu Zhuking's fourth soul skill. Everyone's attention was focused on the unconscious Lei Tian. Yu Xiangxin swallowed his saliva and slowly walked towards the fallen Lei Tian, wanting to see if he was alive or dead. After all, his limp limbs and weird appearance were not like those of a normal person. Some of the audience's eyes were focused on Lei Tian, but more of them were on Zhu Zhuking, who was slowly emerging behind Lei Mie. No one exclaimed, but they all widened their eyes, held their breath, and looked forward to the next battle. What a terrifying way of fighting. This is what all the audience thought in their hearts, and it is also the inner portrayal of a group of college teams. Although they have seen Zhu Zhuking completely escape into the shadows and kill instantly, how can they prevent this? Let others see her back every day? Just like the two controlled type soul masters Xiao Yunzhou and Lei Jiazhong just now, these two soul masters who did not directly participate in the battle were directly killed by a sneak attack. Who can guarantee that their own auxiliary soul masters and control soul masters will not be killed by a sneak attack in this way? When they thought that there was no way to restrict Zhu Zhuking's actions, whether it was the Xiangjia Academy team or the Shenfeng Academy team, these veteran teams all frowned. There was no other reason. No one could restrict Zhu Zhuking's actions. In this scene, even a fool could see that she relied on her shadow. That person had no shadow? So if Zhu Zhuking wanted to attack a spirit master, she didn't even have to think about it. Moreover, her strange fourth spirit ring would light up every time behind someone, but they couldn't tell what the spirit skill was, which made Zhu Zhuking look even more mysterious, as if she was wearing a gray veil, and everything was looming. She's going to use her fourth spirit skill. Open your eyes. In the audience, Tang San used the purple extreme demon pupil, staring at Zhu Zhuking on the stage, suddenly appearing behind Lei Mie, and then her fourth spirit ring, which had no spirit power fluctuations, gradually lit up. Lei Mie didn't know why, and didn't even have a premonition of crisis. He only saw Zhu Zhuking's figure blurred a little, and the purple and black color of the fourth soul ring became more intense, as if it had produced some unknown effect. No, Lei Tian couldn't even struggle and was killed directly. It seems that Zhu Zhuking is nearby. I'm a little far away from them. I have to get close to them. Thinking of this, Lei Mie raised his head and looked at Yu Xiangxin, who had recovered. He wanted to raise his feet and use the speed attribute enhancement of the lightning spirit to rush to the side of his teammates. But suddenly, Lei Mie felt a little discordant. Why didn't my feet move? This strange feeling instantly invaded my whole body. In an instant, Lei Mie froze in place. His face was still stuck in the last moment, and there was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. His vigilant expression was completely frozen, and the lightning shining from the electric beast spirit was extinguished. I don't know when he had become a sculpture. Why can't I move? All over my body. It was fine just now. How could this happen? Lei Mie roared wildly in his heart, watching his body unable to move even his fingers. He could still feel the touch and the subtle numbness of the lightning passing through his body, but he just couldn't move. Wait, could it be that Lei Tian is the same as me? What I am experiencing now is also what Lei Tian is experiencing. Zhu Zhuking. I can't move, so I can't resist, and I can't make any calls. It turns out that Lei Jiazhong, Xiao Yunzhou, and Lei Tian were all dealt with in this way. Feeling the abnormality in his body, Lei Mie quickly reacted from the panic. If he was the first to encounter it, he would probably think that something big had happened to his body or soul, but the disappearance of Xiao Yunzhou and Lei Jiazhong, and the fall of Lei Tian without any signs of struggle were all in sight. So soon, he sorted out what happened to him. But, it's useless. It's too late. I shouldn't be so far away from them. A breath suddenly appeared in Lei Mie's perception. Right behind him, less than a meter away. He could even feel the other party's indifferent eyes, as if looking at a dead pig. I hope the captain and the others can win, but I always feel that there is little hope. Alice, it's ridiculous to be killed without even struggling and resisting. I laughed at Lei Tian before. Lei Mie gave up struggling and laughed at himself in his heart. The next moment, the fighting spirit arena in front of him, everything in front of him, lost its color. Lei Mie only saw a piece of darkness, and the violent chop that seemed to still echo the pain in his mind. Then, his consciousness also sank. Everything was so calm, as if nothing had happened. The surroundings became quiet. Yu Xiangxin slowly scanned the surroundings, and when he saw Lei Mie unconsciously lowered his head and his breath became weak, the anger in his eyes began to burn. Lei Mie, Lei Tian, Xiao Yunju, Lei Jiazhong, a team of 7 people, 4 of them were killed unconsciously. But as the anger burned, Yu Xiangxin looked around again, and his heart sank instantly. There were only 3 left. He, the deputy captain Lei Dong, and the weakest Lu Chen. Although they are still strong now, after all, he and Lei Dong are both in full state, and their opponent Zhu Huqing must have used a lot of soul power after killing 4 people, and her state has greatly decreased. But in this situation, how can they fight if they can't even catch people? When he thought of Zhu Huqing's performance of harvesting in turns, Yu Xiangxin felt that his heart was grabbed by the claws of a beast. Referee, can you judge Zhu Huqing's violation? The Soul Master competition does not involve direct confrontation. Can we waste a day with her? Can you make a rule, such as having to appear within an incense stick? Suddenly, Yu Xiangxin had an idea, and after feeling that there was no breath of Zhu Huqing around him, he immediately looked at the referee and asked. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. When they saw what the captain said, Lu Chen and Lei Dong's eyes lit up. That's right, it's not reasonable to let Zhu Huqing spend a whole day like this, so if the time is fixed, she will definitely be forced to show up. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, are you afraid that you can't beat Zhu Huqing? The captain is so smart. Thinking of this, Lei Dong and Lu Chen looked at the referee standing in the corner. Feeling their hopeful expressions, the referee felt his head swelled instantly, or in layman's terms, he felt a headache. That's right, but the battle ended halfway, which made him feel uncomfortable. But the next moment, the referee's eyes froze. When he looked in the direction of Lei Dong, he saw Zhu Huqing's figure appear behind Lei Dong. She seized the opportunity when everyone was looking at the referee. This girl is so scary. For no reason, even though the referee was a Soul King, he trembled in his heart after seeing Zhu Huqing's weird fighting style. The soul power level of the Soul King did not make him feel safe at all. Chapter 271 on 1, Duel with Yu Xiangxin. The sky became more and more dull, and the sun also covered a blazing light. Dark clouds gradually covered the earth. It was visible to the naked eye that the entire open-air fighting arena had become a little dark, but this did not affect the battle, because the surrounding gorgeous lights were shining on the fighting arena. At this time, on the fighting arena, the last 3 members of the Thunder Academy team, Yu Xiangxin, Lei Dong, and Lu Chen, were standing in the center of the arena, staring at the referee, hoping to use the referee to restrain Zhu Huqing's rogue style of play. It was indeed too rogue. They had not even seen Zhu Huqing's cat hair, but they had already lost 4 people. Until now, they still didn't know what level Zhu Huqing's real combat power had reached. Being able to kill Lei Tian, Lei Mie, Xiao Yunju and Lei Jiazhong silently, including 2 Soul Masters, has proved the strength of Zhu Huqing, the deputy captain of the Royal Fighting Team 2. This is a female strongman whose soul power level is not inferior to his. As for the referee, following the question from Yu Xiangxin of the Thunder Academy team, he was immediately troubled when he saw Zhu Huqing appear quietly again. This was obviously a unique attack method of the Soul Master. If it was a normal battle, it would be fine and no one would care. But now this is the Soul Master competition. There are more than 20 preliminaries a day. Can we really let Zhu Huqing drag it out for a day? Although he had considered this, the referee still shook his head gently and rejected Yu Xiangxin's request. As a Soul Master, sneaking into the shadow must be caused by soul skills, and soul skills will naturally be accompanied by the consumption of soul power. In other words, this is Zhu Huqing using soul power to fight, so it is not advisable to limit the game time. The game continues. After a little thought in his mind, the referee immediately made a decision. Then, he retreated at a high speed and retreated to the corner of the fighting soul stage, indicating to continue fighting. Damn, it seems that I can only be vigilant. Seeing this, Yu Xiangxin was dissatisfied, but it also inspired him. Yes, it is not him who should be anxious now, but Zhu Huqing. As long as she holds on, when she feels that her soul power is not enough to defeat the 3 of them at the same time, she will take the initiative to come out and fight with all her strength. In other words, Just do what you should do and wait vigilantly. Lei Dong, retract your Thunder Net soul skill a little, save your soul power, and wait seriously. Lu Chen, you stand out and use your soul skill to move around at high speed to gather the power of thunder. This also means that you are a bait, so be careful. Yu Xiangxin made a prompt decision and judged so after looking at the surrounding environment. However, the thunder net that originally spread across half the field did not converge. Huh? Lei Dong, I asked you to retract the thunder net. Yu Xiangxin saw that the surrounding thunder nets were still flashing with brilliant purple-blue light, and he couldn't help frowning and looked back in confusion. But the next moment, Yu Xiangxin's pupils suddenly shrank. Then, a bone-chilling chill ran all the way from the spine to the top of the head and emerged from the top of the head. Lei Dong and Lu Chen stood stiffly in place, motionless. Although the snake electricity was constantly surging all over their bodies, and the thunder spirit power was released to the fullest, they did not move. This is actually a sneak attack when I was negotiating with the referee. Damn Zhu Ziuking. Yu Xiangxin was shocked and angry. You know, as the deputy captain, Lei Dong has the thunder spider spirit, and his spirit power level is not inferior to him at all. Except for the difference in the quality of his spirit, the rest can be said to be very close to him. But such a soul master, unexpectedly, in this short time of negotiation, he couldn't even make a call, and lost his combat ability just like that? It's ridiculous. Others can explain the weak spirit power, why is it the same for Lei Dong? Yu Xiangxin couldn't help but take a few steps back. Until now, he suddenly understood why the previous teammates fell without a sound. Zhu Ziuking was so strong that not only Lei Dong, but even he couldn't help but be terrified. It's not ridiculous, this is normal. Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded from behind Lei Dong. Yu Xiangxin was shocked and looked at Lei Dong, who was standing still in disbelief. In his perception, there were only 3 of them on the field, and Zhu Ziuking had not appeared yet. In just a second, Zhu Ziuking's breath suddenly broke into his perception. Zhu Ziuking slowly walked out from behind Lei Dong. Her tall and fiery figure was particularly attractive, and her cold temperament like a snowy mountain made Yu Xiangxin's scalp numb. As Zhu Ziuking no longer used the illusory and weird killing method, but stood out so openly, all the audience was a little excited. Because they witnessed Zhu Ziuking's gorgeous performance that only belonged to the agile attack spirit master. The elegant bloom of the assassin's style. And now, because Zhu Ziuking planned to face the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus spirit master Yu Xiangxin head-on, many people were sweating for it. This is the #1 beast spirit on the continent. Why, you don't want to continue using your hidden soul skill, or do you have no soul power anymore? Yu Xiangxin was not a reckless person. After seeing Zhu Ziuking take the initiative to show up, he did not rush up directly, but continued to test with words. He would not be so reckless unless it was absolutely necessary. The 6 teammates before had already proved Zhu Ziuking's strength. It's better to be steady. Well, you are right, the 4th soul skill does consume a lot of energy. In response to Yu Xiangxin's test, Zhu Ziuking nodded lightly and admitted openly. Well, at this time, it was Yu Xiangxin's turn to be confused. What kind of operation was this? Telling him directly and blatantly that she had no soul power anymore? The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. So, do you think that even if you don't have much soul power, you can still beat me? Don't be so arrogant. As he spoke, Yu Xiangxin moved his feet slightly, staring at Zhu Ziuking, who looked indifferent, and slowly approached her. His 2 dragon claws emitted a bright light of lightning, arcs flashed, and exuded an extremely dangerous color. You are right to think so. Just as Zhu Ziuking responded indifferently, Yu Xiangxin suddenly moved. The collision between the 2 sides finally began. Snake lightning surged, Yu Xiangxin roared, his body soared into the air, and rushed straight to Zhu Ziuking. In terms of fighting style, he who possesses the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit is undoubtedly the strongest of the strong attacks. In the blood of every direct descendant of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, there is aggressive blood flowing. Offense is the best defense. Only offense can defeat the opponent most directly. Moreover, he must win because of the injustice of the 6 partners who fail inexplicably. The blue lightning dragon claws burst out at the same time, and Yu Xiangxin released 2 dragon claws. This is the power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. With each level, the power of the martial soul will increase a little bit. The same soul skills will be enhanced by the martial soul itself when they are used at different levels. As a top-level martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex undoubtedly has such an advantage. Seeing the two lightning dragon claws in front of her, Zhu's Huking did not make any resistance, but raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and the heterochromatic pupils under the martial soul possessed a trace of visible teasing. The lightning dragon claws descended and collided with the ground with a bang. However, Zhu's Huking disappeared when Yu Xiangxin's soul skills came to her. Like a shuttle, she came to a position not far behind Yu Xiangxin, and her speed was so fast that it was like a space teleportation. And with Zhu's Huking's actions, Yu Xiangxin's power accumulating pounce was also dissolved, landing lightly, turning quickly, and pounced on Zhu's Huking again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Sneak Attack. The offensive was fierce and unstoppable. After the first Thunder Dragon Claw missed, Yu Xiangxin quickly turned around, and the whole person rushed towards Zhu's Huking fiercely again in a state of lightning bursting and splashing. But for the increasingly inhuman Yu Xiangxin, Zhu's Huking's fighting style was still as light as before, and there was no contact with Yu Xiangxin at all. In the eyes of outsiders, every time the attack was about to come, she suddenly disappeared from Yu Xiangxin's vision and appeared behind him. It was like playing with Yu Xiangxin, with ease. All of this was seen by everyone. Some frowned, and some had a touch of surprise in their eyes. This Zhu's Huking, don't you really think that you are hiding well? Release a strange soul skill, but even the light of soul power does not flash, which can already explain a lot of problems. In the VIP seat, Zhuking frowned and whispered in confusion. The soul masters who knew what was good at the scene would not be unaware of this. A glimmer flashed through their minds instantly. Tang San, who was in the audience, suddenly had his pupils shrink. Two words immediately emerged in his mind: soul bone. If the guess was correct, Zhu's Huking's constantly flashing soul skills should come from soul bone soul skills. Soul bones are divided into 6 parts: head, limbs and torso, but it is not clear what type of soul bone Zhu's Huking has. But looking at the current situation, Yu Xiangxin's soul power is getting weaker, and Zhu's Huking has dodged Yu Xiangxin's attacks for more than 10 times without stopping. I am afraid that this kind of soul bone soul skill consumes very little, and it is definitely a soul bone of high quality. Everyone knows the value of soul bones. Each soul bone is definitely an astronomical figure, and few people are willing to sell it. Once the fact that you have soul bones is exposed, it will undoubtedly become the object of covetousness of some people. Although Zhu's Huking's strength is good, she is only at level 40 soul power. In front of some senior masters, it is not easy to keep her soul bone. Ordinary audiences didn't know what Zhu's Huking's soul skill was that suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. Low-level soul masters might not be able to guess it, but how could the people in the VIP seats not see it? Emperor Zhu Yi frowned slightly, turned his head to look in the direction of Meng Shenji, the chief teaching committee member of Star Dou Royal Academy, and asked in a serious tone, "Is this also the tactic you chose? Exposing soul bones is not a joke." Indeed, in the eyes of Emperor Zhu Yi, Zhu's Huking has become a part of the Star Dou Empire with uranium. At present, exposing soul bones will not only provoke enemies, but also come from peeping and sneak attacks from the dark. They are only teenagers now, how can they bear all this? Facing the faint signs of anger from Emperor Zhu Yi, Meng Shenji could only shake his head helplessly and said, "This was proposed by Ran. He said he has elders in his family who can solve all this. They are nothing more than some jumping clowns." Meng Shenji was even more troubled by Ran's mysterious family elders who were always on his lips. My goodness, anyone who came to the academy to study and had a little background would basically say hello to the academy, or meet him in person, so that people would know who was standing behind the academy. But as for Ran, there was no one in charge in the past 2 years. It was too mysterious. Oh. Emperor Zhu Yi raised his gray eyebrows slightly. Although he was interested in Uran's mysterious family, he hid this attitude very well. As an emperor, although he wanted to know all this, there were too many families and sects in the empire that he could not control. If he peeped now, it would leave a bad impression on the other party. It would be more appropriate to wait for Uran to come and talk in person. The battle continued. Damn it, you can only hide. Facing Zhu Xiuqing, who was completely untouchable, Yu Xiangxin was furious, and blue-purple lightning flashed in his eyes. The third soul skill of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Thunder Fury, was activated. A ball of extremely dazzling blue lightning suddenly burst out from Yu Xiangxin's body. A burst of thunder roared in the field, and countless purple-blue snakes flew everywhere. The brilliance of this moment was like a blooming firework. Do you still think that the agile attack system must fight the strong attack system head-on? Zhu Xiuqing couldn't help but sneer at Yu Xiangxin's naive idea. Although Yu Xiangxin's speed and thunder power were on a higher level, Zhu Xiuqing suddenly showed a faster pace. Damn it! The light of thunder continued to magnify with Yu Xiangxin's anger. The lightning torrent in the field rendered everything purple. Zhu Xiuqing, however, was like a dancing elf in the electric field, constantly dodging the sudden dragon claws and the extremely insidious electric shocks, like a flower in a mirror and a moon in the water. Bang! The blue movie flashed through the air, once again brushing past Zhu Xiuqing's illusory figure. The lightning dragon claws sent by Yu Xiangxin passed through the air for 30 or 40 meters before dissipating. Wherever they passed, the air was violently distorted, and a heart-pounding crackling sound broke out. Now, a fierce look suddenly flashed across Yu Xiangxin's eyes. Every time, she would appear behind him, and this time was no exception. The fourth soul skill of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, the blue lightning dragon speed. The blue-purple light converged and turned into blue again. The snake electricity condensed together and turned into blue dragon about 1 meter long. Because Yu Xiangxin had accumulated thunder soul power in his body in advance, this move had almost no preparatory action. This was the final collision that determined the outcome. There was no fancy, only a competition of raw strength. If he missed, he would be played to death by Zhu Xiuqing's infinite dodge. In the audience, Uranium, whose soul power level was not weak, had unconsciously clenched the armrest, and his face was very serious. From the front, he could naturally see everything Yu Xiangxin did, but Zhu Xiuqing could not see it in the folding environment. The third soul skill was about to dissipate, and only at this last moment, using it as a basis to activate the fourth soul skill, was the key to victory. Time passed in this instant, and when Zhu Xiuqing appeared again, Yu Xiangxin also turned quickly. As if he had expected it in advance, in front of Yu Xiangxin, a blue dragon was hovering in front of him. Go! Yu Xiangxin roared, accompanied by the harsh sound of thunder and lightning, and Zhu Xiuqing only felt a blue light in front of him. Boom! The next moment, Zhu Xiuqing's figure was suddenly covered by thunder and lightning. The ferocious arc flashed, and there was only the thick haze produced by the thunder and lightning in the field. Countless roars covered the figures of Zhu Xiuqing and Yu Xiangxin in the dust. In the competition venue, an explosion cloud formed by lightning rose into the sky. The shock wave brought by Yu Xiangxin's exhaustion of all soul power forced the players from the colleges closest to the venue to use their own soul power to resist. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. The flags of the Xiandao Empire outside the competition venue fluttered in the face of this huge impact. It's over. Everything is over. It seems that Zhu Xiuqing is too late after all. Unfortunately, I originally thought that she could kill Yu Xiangxin directly. Shrek substitute player Tai Long vaguely saw an extremely vague figure standing in Yu Xiangxin's position, and couldn't help but complain. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Although it was blurry, there was a person standing at Yu Xiangxin's position in the field, and there was no one else around, except for a tall figure lying on the ground. Everything was over. The referee sighed with regret in his heart, and began to use his soul power to disperse the smoke and dust around him, preparing to announce the result of the game. Thunder Academy won. It seems that the 1-on-7 of the Royal Fighting Team 2 is just a bully. There is no way to deal with a strong team, and this Thunder Academy is not strong among our 5 elemental academies. Feng Zai Ocean in the audience couldn't help laughing, looking at the direction of the captain of the Royal Fighting Team 2, Uranium, with a teasing look, as if he wanted to watch the fun. Seeing him so arrogant, I thought the team members were so powerful. Huh? What's the matter? Why is he laughing in this situation? Suddenly, Feng Zai Ocean saw a smile on Uranium's cold face, and suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. No way. Feng Zai Ocean couldn't help muttering. Captain, look! After seeing the haze completely disappear, a member of the Kamikaze Academy team changed his face and hurriedly pulled Feng Zai Ocean's sleeve, motioning him to look at the fighting arena. When Feng Xiaoshan thought of his guess, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. If the deputy captain really defeated one of the 5 elemental academies, then they would have to face the Captain Uranium. Thinking of this, Feng Xiaoshan turned back stiffly and looked at the fighting arena. His eyes suddenly shrank. Chapter 272 End. Zhu Zhiqing. Standing on the ground. Even with his sharp eyes, he didn't see a single scar on Zhu Zhiqing's body. Not even a speck of dust. Completely unscathed. Zhu Zhiqing gently pulled up her long hair, without even looking at the wounded Zhu Xiangxin under her feet, and waved directly in the direction of Uranium. Done. The girl's cold voice sounded, echoing on the fighting spirit stage. I saw it. After seeing Zhu Zhiqing waving at him, Uranium smiled and responded with a wave of his hand. No one saw how Zhu Zhiqing managed to turn defeat into victory. The attack was clearly right in front of her, how could she dodge it? But Uranium, who had the radiation eye martial spirit, saw everything clearly. She directly used the third soul skill, the dark soul body, to force all the damage to pass through. Then, as the smoke and dust rose, Yu Xiangxin was already in the dark place, and she flashed to Yu Xiangxin's back, and a set of nether claws and nether thorns, together with the barbs on the cat claws, almost tore Yu Xiangxin's skin in 3 seconds. If it weren't for the martial spirit possessing him, and the dragon scales all over his body in the dragon transformation, I'm afraid that with Zhu Zhiqing's anger at the time, it would not be a matter of breaking a few bones like now. However, it was precisely because of Zhu Zhiqing's personal show that not only verified his conjecture, but also made Uranium look forward to the next progress. Dark Soul Body, this is Zhu Zhiqing's third soul skill that Uranium marveled at. Forcibly avoid all damage, and all attacks during this period have a special fault effect. If this was not a competition, and Yu Xiangxin was not so hated, I'm afraid he would have died on the spot. If your attack had really hit me, I would have been torn to pieces by the power of thunder. To be honest, if you hadn't held back, I really wanted to kill you. As the audience stared in amazement and cheers continued to resound through the audience seats of the Soul Master competition, Zhu Zhiqing slowly squatted down and spoke softly to Yu Xiangxin, who couldn't even open his eyes. In an instant, the cold and piercing murderous intent immediately made Yu Xiangxin's body tremble. And this trembling made the countless wounds on his body burst again, spilling large pieces of blood and dripping onto the ground. As the wounds burst, severe pain invaded Yu Xiangxin's whole body, and Yu Xiangxin immediately trembled even more. More blood flowed. But fortunately, the rules of the competition saved you. You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. You should take good care of yourself for a few months. I hope I don't meet you again in the Soul Master competition. Otherwise, you can just wait to die accidentally. Zhu Zhiqing is not so easy to talk to outsiders, especially those who want to kill her. After directly warning Yu Xiangxin with a cold voice, she walked off the stage without looking back, ready to call other girls up. At this time, the referee had already walked over carefully, even though he had a soul power of more than 50 levels. At this time, he was a little nervous. The young people nowadays are really too powerful. Facing Yu Xiangxin's fourth soul skill that used all her soul power, he himself might be implicated. Looking at Yu Xiangxin, who had fainted on the ground, the referee couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. Soon, Zhu Zhiqing, Yadair, Ying and 7 others stood in the center of the ring. On the ring, the referee's voice also rang. The game is over. The Star Dou Royal Academy team won. Thank you for the wonderful game they brought us. Let's all cheer for them. Listening to the referee's words, the audience cheered instantly. This game can be said to be the most exciting game since the start of the division. The battle between Shrek Academy and Xiangjia sect was indeed surprising, but the performance of the Star Dou Royal Academy team was indeed more exciting. Vice Captain Zhu Zhiqing defeated 7 people and defeated Thunder Academy, one of the 5 famous elemental academies. Especially Zhu Zhiqing, she challenged the whole team alone, and her strong fighting power shocked everyone. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, she was a heroic female war god, which instantly attracted a large number of fans. Although her fighting style was not so passionate, the execution like a shadow assassin could not help but make all those who remembered it tremble. There is no doubt that this is an opponent that no soul master wants to meet. Listening to the cheers of the audience, Zhu Zhiqing's cheeks were slightly hot. It was the first time for her to receive so much attention from others. She was a little shy, but at the same time, she was a little happy. Being with Uranium, she was under a lot of pressure. She always felt that her strength was nothing at all, but after experiencing many challenges, Zhu Huqing was shocked to find that she was already above most soul masters. Because of the existence of Uranium, she thought that even if others were not as good as Uranium, they should not be bad. However, reality told Zhu Huqing that your vision is too high. Not everyone is Uranium, and no one can compare to him. Looking at the Shandao Royal Academy team enjoying the cheers on the arena, the reactions of several academy teams in the viewing area were different. Since the Shandao Royal Academy came out with a loud slogan 1 vs. 7, we are professionals at the beginning, and then flirted with a 1-minute fight, from then on, the Shandao Royal team was regarded as the most powerful opponent by every team in the Shandao competition area. Almost every game of the Shandao Royal team will be watched by many other teams. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Today, apart from the ordinary teams, except for the Blazing Academy which had a game and couldn't leave, the Shinshu Academy, the Divine Wind Academy, the Elephant Armor Academy and the Botanical Academy which just finished the game, it can be said that the strong teams in the Shandao division are basically gathered here. I didn't expect this Zhu Huqing to be so strong. What are the 4 soul skills? It's hard to figure out. Thinking of Zhu Huqing's strong performance just now, Shui Binger's ice blue eyes showed a trace of solemnity. Indeed, Yu Xiangxin's strength is not bad. If she is in the same league as our captain, no one dares to say that they can beat her 100%. But now, the vice-captain of the Royal Fighting Team 2 is beating 7 people alone. Zhu Huqing's strength is indeed extremely strong. Ho Wusheng echoed Shui Binger's words. However, this is also because Zhu Huqing is playing for the first time, and no one is familiar with her fighting style. If we meet her later, at least we won't be treated like pigs and killed one by one like the Thunder Academy is doing now. However, after dealing with 6 people, she was still able to beat Yu Xiangxin with her meager soul power. It can be seen that the gap between the two is very large, and she didn't even get a little dust. Now, even the vice-captain can't beat him without using his best skills. How can he deal with the captain? Ho Wu stared at the captain of the Thunder Academy, Yu Xiangxin, who slowly stood up with the help of the Healing Soul Master, and a crisp voice came out. After this, all the team leaders fell silent. Indeed, even if a tactic against Vice-Captain Zhu Huqing is developed, what about the captain of the Royal Fighting Team 2, Uranium? Chapter 273 After the game. At this time, the Thunder Academy team was stationed in the audience. As the game ended, a group of 6 people supported Yu Xiangxin, who was breathing steadily and with her eyes closed, and walked slowly. Teacher, this Zhu Huqing is really too strong. A member of the Thunder Academy team came up, and although there was some shame on his face, he still whispered, not only is her soul power strong, her ability to seize the opportunity is even more terrifying. Whether she is alone or not, there is a probability that she will be executed. It is impossible to guess who she is behind. It was not until the last fight against the captain that she came out openly, and also. The academy leader Yu Longian waved his hand, he naturally knew this. Wait until the promotion match. Yu Longian's face sank, next time, you will not be able to be hit. This kind of battle is not replicable. As long as we are prepared, it will be difficult for her to defeat us in this way again. That's right. This kind of battle is indeed difficult to replicate. Zhu Huqing used shadows and soul skills to create an instant kill situation that was difficult to avoid. She kept reducing the number of people to a certain extent, and then she immediately took action to end the game. The wonderful thing about her fighting style was that it was unexpected. But if the opponent was prepared, it would be difficult to work. As the game came to an end, the mysterious soul bone used by Zhu Huqing really revealed a hint of ferocious edge. Many other teams watching this scene were a little silent. The slogan of Shandao Royal Academy, 1 against 7, we are professional. From the opening ceremony, it was a ridiculous statement, just to deal with the garbage academy, but now, it seems that Zhu Huqing can really do it without knowing it. One of the 5 elemental academies, the deputy captain can kill it alone, then when the captain of the Royal Dao Team 2, Uranium, takes action, or when the 3 of them come together, who can be the opponent of the Royal Dao Team 2? That absurd feeling made many teams feel a little unfamiliar. In the stands, Ho Wusheng and Ho Wu, who had been silent for a long time, had left. On the viewing platform, Dai Mubei's face was somewhat uncertain. He sighed and whispered, "After so many games, I finally met her. I don't know how she is now, and I don't know whether she has a soul bone." He had been waiting for Zhu Xiuqing to appear for a long time, but until the end of the battle, Zhu Xiuqing walked off the stage. She did not even look at him, but smiled and waved at you. This kind of heartache of being ignored, this kind of palpitation of suddenly feeling that Zhu Xiuqing has become a stranger, made Daimyo Bei feel even more depressed. Since the last time they met at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, Daimyo Bei had a premonition that she no longer had the tacit understanding of the fusion of his martial spirit, but now, he finally confirmed it. This is not the person he should wait for, and Zhu Xiuqing is not his property. After thinking for a long time, Daimyo Bei sighed. The next moment, he retracted this sentimental attitude. Since the other party chose someone else, he also had to start his own life. Everything about Zhu Xiuqing had nothing to do with him. As for the other members of the Shrek team, today's match was even more shocking than the previous fights against the Elephant Armor Sect and the Blazing Academy. Zhu Xiuqing's soul bone is so damn cool and useful. It ran to other places with a whoosh, and it has been used so many times, and it doesn't seem to consume much. Ma Hongjian enviously said, "I wish I had one too." It's not that simple. Tang San shook his head and said, "The more powerful the soul bone, the more powerful it needs to be to perform more perfectly. It's like a peerless weapon. If I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. Only in the hands of a truly powerful person can those weapons exert their strongest power. The implication is that it's useless for Fatty to have such a soul bone." Xiao-san is right. The master nodded. "You only see her powerful side. Have you ever thought about how much time and effort she spent to adapt to the discomfort of suddenly coming to other places, to study the direction of space, to think? To practice? You see, Zhu Xiuqing hasn't shown her other soul skills until now, and everything is a mystery. It can be seen that her physical fitness is not bad. At least, it has reached the level of Daimyo Bei. And I remember that she also fought with Daimyo Bei at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. You all know the ending. As a quick attack soul master, her strength is above that of the strong attack soul master Daimyo Bei, and her speed soul power should not be underestimated. Can such physical fitness be trained in a short period of time? It requires long-term persistence. Therefore, she can use such a powerful soul bone. Don't think about obtaining this kind of soul bone. The key is to strengthen yourself. Otherwise, if you really encounter a very good soul bone to absorb in the future, but find that you can't use it, how sad that would be. The master took this opportunity to educate everyone mercilessly. Actually, there is one thing that Yu Zhiagang said wrong, or maybe he deliberately missed it. The reason why Zhu Xiuqing's physical fitness is so strong is because of the soul beast meat specially supplied by the Shandao royal family for many years. There are even millennium level ones. With these top-level meals, Zhu Xiuqing can use the fourth soul ring 5 or 6 times in a row like now, and there is no sign of soul power exhaustion. This level of meals is not something Shrek can make. Yu Zhiagang also understands that Shrek Academy does not have this ability to do it. Saying these things is just adding troubles, so he simply puts these key points aside. The latest novels are first published on the 6th-9th book bar. But everyone nodded repeatedly, and there was no intention to refute. Because this is the fact. Let's go back. Prepare for tomorrow's game. Tang San was silent for a moment and whispered. Zhu Xiuqing actually revealed quite a lot today, including soul bones, special soul skills, and a rather secretive fighting style. Especially soul bones, which were exposed in the preliminaries, and other teams will surely have targeted methods later. The master looked at Tang San and said, "Xiao-san, if you meet the Royal Fighting Team 2 or the Divine Wind Academy next time, you can choose to admit defeat and lose 2 rounds in the preliminaries. As long as you can qualify, there will be no problem. The promotion match is the key." Everyone felt a little unwilling, but it made sense. Because the more you expose now, the more disadvantageous it will be in the future. However, there are only 5 places for qualifying in the preliminaries. After removing the Royal Dao Team II, there are still 4 left. Therefore, if you want to successfully pass the preliminaries, 2 of the 5 academies must be eliminated. The 5 element academies are closely related to each other. If I guess correctly, they will definitely take action. There is no doubt that Shandao Royal Academy will be selected, but you will encounter stronger and stronger opponents in subsequent competitions. Your destiny must be in your own hands. If you want to advance to the finals without any suspense, then the best way is to win every game in the preliminaries. It all depends on your own response. Yes. Everyone from Shrek Academy responded loudly. Chapter 274, The Spying Brought by the Exposed Soul Bone. The game is over, now disband and go to rest. In the rest area, Yu casually glanced at the obscure fiery eyes in the audience, frowned, and immediately gave orders to the beautiful soul masters. Although according to the usual practice, there will be a short party after the game, Yu was afraid that they would be implicated, so he simply drove them away immediately. Okay, Captain. The observant Yetier was the first girl to notice that Yu's expression was not right. As soon as Yu's voice fell, she immediately echoed, then pulled Ying and Mekong's wrists, and said in a coquettish voice, let's go to Yaxun to take a look. After saying that, she immediately left the rest area of the Soul Master competition team. The other people seemed to realize something, their faces changed instantly, and they listened to Yu's words very much, and dispersed to the outside world without looking back. At this moment, Yu and Zhu Xiuqing were the only ones stationed in the rest area of Shandao Royal Academy. Uranium, in fact, even if I don't use soul bones, it's not difficult for me to beat them. Why? Zhu Xiuqing, who is naturally sensitive, noticed those greedy, lustful, and shocked eyes almost immediately after she used the soul bone skill. Almost at that moment, she felt a chill on her back and an uncomfortable feeling all over her body. So Zhu Xiuqing was quite puzzled by Uranium's previous move to let her expose her soul bones. Isn't this looking for trouble? Moreover, she knew very well that Uranium had no one to protect her now, and there were no family elders. In other words, the words he used to convince the chief of Mangshenji were false, which made her even more puzzled. However, since it was Uranium's plan, Zhu Xiuqing would not refute anything. She was just very curious about how Uranium planned to deal with a group of soul masters who were spying on soul bones from the outside world. Use martial soul fusion skills? Or just kick it out? I always felt that Uranium was deliberately trying to fish for law enforcement, and Zhu Xiuqing suddenly thought of such a dark idea. The reason is actually nothing. You will know when the time comes. Uranium shook his head and smiled at Zhu Xiuqing's curiosity like a kitten. So next, let's go out. As we all know, soul bones can only be taken out after the previous owner dies. So anyone who is jealous of your soul bones and intends to snatch them is an enemy. And if the enemy comes, just leave it to me. He did not take other soul masters seriously. It would be better to say that this was a trap he set up on his own initiative. A trap he needed. Yes. Zhu Xiuqing nodded gently and walked towards the outside along the corridor of the rest area. On the other side of the viewing platform, a pair of gloomy, cold, obscure, and greedy eyes were always staring at Zhu Xiuqing. When Zhu Xiuqing disappeared from the rest area, those gloomy eyes also disappeared. The two left the Shandao Great Soul Fighting Arena, and after confirming the direction, they walked towards the outside of Shandao City. Their destination was clear to everyone. They were going to Shandao Royal Academy. It is still morning, the sun is shining brightly, and the warm light gives people a warm feeling on the body. Zhu Xiuqing likes to bathe in the sun like this, walking side by side with you, enjoying the feeling of sunbathing, relaxing the whole body, and feeling indescribably comfortable. However, when she thought about what would happen next, and when she thought about what she would encounter when she left the city, she was rarely silent. Suddenly, a figure blocked Yu's way. It was like a warm breeze gently blowing on the face, raising a subtle feeling that made people feel happy. Standing in front of you was a handsome man with a calm face and gentle as jade. Brother Yu, you should understand, are you sure you want to leave the city? It's too boring to always be in Shandao City. Why don't I accompany you for a walk and relax? Zhu King looked at you with a calm face, adjusted his lips slightly, and suggested cheerfully. At least now, he really felt that there was no need to leave the city at this critical moment. He had seen many capable or incapable soul masters wandering around. Even the grandson of the leader of the Xiangjia sect, Xiangxiang Huayanzhen, would take the initiative to live and eat with his sect disciples for a period of time after Huayanli exposed his head soul bone, fearing that his grandson would be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Even the leader of the Xiangjia sect, whose defense power could be called a title Douluo, was like this. It can be seen that after the soul bone is exposed, how many people will desperately watch the soul bone owner with fiery eyes day and night in secret. Even if they attack, it is a very normal thing. In front of Zhu King, Although the strength of uranium in Zuzyuking is already the top of the younger generation, they are not strong enough to protect themselves in the face of the soul masters of the older generation. Brother Zhu, this is too much trouble for you. It's just me and Zuzyuking. Thank you for your kindness. Uranium shook his head and chuckled to reject Zhu King's kindness. He could see that Zhu King was really worried about him, so he rejected it sincerely. So, since you have a plan, it's not convenient for me to interfere. Zhu King was silent for a moment, then smiled. As smart as he was, he suddenly realized that Uranium deliberately released the news after seeing that Uranium had his own plan. But as for what the hidden meaning was, Zhu King would not ask more. Let's go. After saying goodbye to Zhu King, Uranium felt the atmosphere around him again and murmured, 22, is that all? Huh? No, it's 17. It seems that because of Zhu King, 5 more ran away. Uranium frowned. For this situation, he could only accept the fact. It's nothing else. Such a good labor force that would deliver itself to the door ran away, anyone would feel distressed. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. The Dongfang organization is currently only established verbally. The specific organization address, registered personnel, working capital, underground informants, member distribution, organizational outline, and rules and regulations have not been determined. So after seeing Zuzyuking has soul bones and the soul master competition will definitely use them, he has already started to consider this aspect. However, there is a very important point that has not been solved. That is the members. He doesn't like dealing with people, so how can he become a leader to gather people's hearts and lead the people to establish an organization? However, a person fighting alone is doomed to fail to penetrate the grassroots. Once there is any mistake in the middle, it is no different from being empty. I want to change Douluo Continent, so someone must fight for me. But with my current communication level, besides Kaing who is fooled by me, there is only Zuzyuking left, which is a headache. However, since there are no subordinates, it is also a way to take the initiative to let others come over. Moreover, since there are soul masters who hurt others to achieve the purpose of seizing soul bones, they must not be good people. However, if they are good people, maybe I won't do it. After a while, as the gate of Xiandao City got closer and closer, and the hidden aura around became more and more agitated, 3 strange fan-shaped icons gradually flashed in Uranium's eyes. Along with a black dot in the center, a trace of a slightly discordant atmosphere that no one could detect slowly rotated. With Uranium's soul power mixed pupil power that was close to the tidal Douluo level, it began to spread from its body to the surroundings. After a while, the two left the city. According to Uranium's perception, there were at least 20 soul masters hiding nearby. Some of them had familiar auras, such as the old man who secretly guarded Zhu King. He might have come here to protect him under Zhu King's orders, or he might just come to investigate the situation and pass on information. But it was undeniable that Zhu King seemed to be very concerned about him. The rest were all guys with gloomy auras. Brains are good things, but unfortunately, you will lose them soon. Suddenly, Uranium stopped and spoke loudly to the empty woods behind him. The wind stopped. Chapter 275, The First Bird. The warm wind at noon gradually calmed down, until it stopped completely. Uranium and Zuzyuking stood in front of the lush forest, eyes slightly lowered, waiting quietly, like a frozen picture. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women, like a beautiful landscape, stood outside the wilderness, as if waiting for someone. Do you want me to invite you to come out? Uranium glanced at the deserted grove behind him and smiled coldly. But as his voice fell, the forest was still silent, no whispers, no footsteps, and even the common birds were silent. It seemed that what Uranium said was just a remark to alarm the enemy. Forget it, a group of soul kings dare to embarrass themselves. I'll send you off. It seemed that Uranium found that they were unwilling to come out, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Ah! With a cold snort, in an instant, 7 or 8 people suddenly exploded from the forest. 7 or 8 people were like catkins in the air, unable to resist. Even their soul power was suppressed. They were thrown to the ground like ordinary people, and they couldn't get up for a while. It turned out to be a group of soul kings who followed all the way. Uranium turned around gently and looked at these middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s who gasped, struggled to stand up, and looked terrified. His face gradually turned cold. You, who are you? One of the thin and gloomy men barely stood up, his eyes full of horror. He was a 56th level agility attack type War Soul King. How could he be attacked without any resistance, and now he fell in front of others openly? This is definitely not something a Soul Master competition student can do. Let alone a mere Sharingan Royal Academy. Even the huge upper 3 sects should not have such a strength to crush him at the age of 17 or 18. Not to mention a group of Soul Kings. As the gloomy man exclaimed, the rest of the people who had just been attacked also felt depressed. They were actually blasted out in an instant. If there was no master, it would be impossible. Then, several people's faces changed slightly, and they secretly sighed that they were dazzled by the soul bones. Don't they know that soul bones are not so easy to get? A few days ago, Hu Yanli, the grandson of the leader of the Xiangjia sect, exposed a head soul bone. There are defense-type Soul Douluo strongmen accompanying them every day, not to mention that at present, 2 little kids are walking in an empty corner without knowing whether to live or die. When they thought that their actions must be under the care of the other party's elders, they must have moved forward in a cowardly manner and attempted to assassinate. The faces of several awakened Soul Kings became more and more ugly. Immediately, a rather timid agile attack-type Soul Master looked alert, moved his feet slightly, and was ready to retreat at any time. The remaining courageous Soul Masters, seeing that they and others had been exposed, no longer concealed anything. At this moment, there was only one word in their minds. Soul Bone. It seems that the Soul Bone is mine. After looking around and seeing that everyone was a coward and no one wanted to go, a bear-type martial soul power-type War Soul King roared, and the 5 soul rings on his body, including white, yellow, and purple, all lit up instantly, and they were all amplification and control soul skills. Then, his body suddenly rose a lot, his hands turned into claws, and the huge bear claws popped out, flashing with a little cold light. His whole body was covered with a thick layer of brown hair, and his height was actually more than 2 meters and 3 meters. His muscles were bulging, and his blood-red eyes released a domineering aura. The 5 soul rings kept pulsating around his body. A strong white light attached to his claws, and the powerful blow formed 2 waves of attacks at once along with his soul power light that kept surging on the ground. Like a ferocious soul beast, his speed suddenly became faster, and it seemed that he came to Uranium in just 1 step. The huge palm was raised, and the 5th soul ring on his body lit up at the same time. With a loud laugh, the bear claws instantly turned black under the injection of the soul ring, like a cold steel blade, and slapped directly at Uranium's head. But at this moment, the slap that was about to hide him suddenly stopped stiffly. There was no imagined head explosion and blood splashing. The previous powerful roar echoed in the fields on both sides of the road. But now, it was like a chicken with its throat strangled, without any sound, and a dead silence. The steel claws of the bear soul master carrying the 5th soul skill fell down, but Uranium held the wrist tightly, and could not move forward. And the insidious underground undercurrent was also stomped on by Uranium casually, and it was annihilated without a sound. The huge power-type Soul Master and the thin agility-type Soul Master, the power of the 2 was unexpectedly one-sided without any room for resistance. Uranium grabbed his wrist on the spot, and the grip of the tiger like an iron clamp kept tightening, which instantly changed the expression of the bear Soul Master. Let go. After feeling the pain that seemed to crush his bones and constantly tickled his nerves, the bear Soul Master's face turned pale, and beads of sweat fell, but he still roared fiercely. What a terrible force. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Is this really just a student participating in the Soul Master competition? His soul power is higher than his own, and he can easily take on all his soul skills. He is a Soul King. No one else has taken the lead, but you took the lead. How stupid are you? Uranium raised his head and jokingly glanced at the bear Soul Master, who was trembling because of the severe pain, and then glanced at the other 7 people who appeared as if they were facing a great enemy, and couldn't help laughing. With this little ability, you dare to come out and rob soul bones? Anyone with brains knows what to touch and what not to touch? In his perception, there are still 9 soul emperors, 3 soul saints, and 1 soul Douluo in the woods. They have not come out yet and are still hiding in them. The formation is very large. However, the soul Douluo among them is somewhat familiar to Uranium, an old man in a red robe. The personal guard of Prince Zhu King, belonging to the Sharingan royal family. The other soul saints are all here to watch the fun, or they are people with evil intentions. In the Sharingan Empire, where the title is not allowed to go out, And the Soul Douluo is considered to be the top powerhouse. Those who can cultivate to the Soul Saint stage must not be brainless, otherwise they will always die in the hands of others. How can they live to be 70 or 80 years old? The remaining Soul Emperors, although greedy, dare not act rashly after all. Only these few Soul Kings think that wealth and honor are sought in danger, and want to fight, but now they are intimidated by uranium on the spot, and their original tough attitude softens a lot in an instant. I told you to let go. Seeing that the young man didn't take him seriously at all, the Bear Soul Master immediately forgot the pain of his wrist being clamped tightly, and the other empty bear claw raised a sharp scream, and slashed at the left hand of Uranium. But the next moment, Uranium suddenly looked back, and his cold eyes like a blade made the Bear Soul Master stunned for a moment. Then, his perverse expression gradually became a little distorted. Just by being glared at by Uranium, his pupils lost all their luster. His head drooped naturally, his soul power dissipated, and when Uranium let go, he fell softly to the ground. Even the martial spirit possession was naturally cancelled as the Bear Soul Master's consciousness sank into the illusion, revealing his body after the martial spirit possession. You should experience the hard labor reform in the illusion for 30 years. Although you don't have any ability, you are still a Soul King after all. It won't be a big problem for you to manage a town in the future. Uranium didn't even look at the Soul Kings lying on the ground like mud. The radiation eye martial spirit slowly turned in everyone's sight. Seeing that the first Soul King who appeared suddenly lost his activity, the faces of the other Soul Kings and Soul Emperors who were observing him froze instantly. It was only a minute. A Soul King was killed in one fight? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.